Taso.
Gili tan seme la ilo ale li toki inli.
Ante multe di kama. Fai. Ante multe kin. Ilo li pakala la pakala.
Ilo li pakala, mi taso ni kama pona.
Mi li pona.
Tempo kama la tempo kama la yan tempo la yan pali solo che toki pona li ken pali ken pona ken wane kipi si
Yan pali pisuno toki pona o pali ale ano seme.
Toki anche peo di kalama sino kama po.
Mi kan mi wile toki ni ilo li pakala. So ilo li kama.
Asti le wile toki o ante. Kalama sin. Mi sono nis wile toki non kalama sin non tempo soli.
Lon.
I kama toki io vi toki pona. Sin pili tava toki pona. Non se yan. Non so chingada.
Toki
Tanto
li
simili.
pona.
Sono di kama wa.
Allora. Po la sensino del tempo di la sino wa. Toki.
Mi kute tu. Mi to on li tu ma tu. Ta. Mi pikin.
Signale li awen ipu kama wa si li pona. Ilo mute li e sitile. Ni mute la.
No pizza tipo ono li io e li awen. Ora pini. Awen ni pini. Mio kama sin.
Tava pona. Kami toki e seme non tempo poca.
Ilo awen pona non molisina.
Toki e wawa pi toki ini, toki e ken
Ni.
toki pona.
Mi wile toki pona ma. Mi ken toki non quiero ni. Bleh. Li kama e tempo culpo lama elo palo ma win. Non li kama toki li kama toki non sono vi toki pona tan ma win. Tempo pini ni wawa pilin tawa mi tawa na cosa ni toki pilin wawa li samani ma pi toki pona li lun. Yan multe lun poka. Toki pona. Mi kama e ma samanino tempo culpo samanino ma meuika mi lo ma meuika la ma elo peliweka mute mi kana la tawana kana alon culpo tempo culpo katami taso mi wile ken culpo la mami
Lona.
Yan mute li toki pona ma America no se ma akana takina no se.
Taso ma America li suli mute.
Ni li lon, mi wile tempo culpo ma America mi kama sono ni mi wile culpo ma seme. Taso ma mute li lon.
Kulon mamasu, yan wan taso li kama. Mali mi. Pilin mi la yan wan li toki pona lon mamasu.
Sina taso.
Ina tempo culpo tuoda no se me foka
Yan wan taso li toki pona no se me.
ni rona taso ma America la kines opana e tempo culpo un poco wan.
Ni li lon. Lo digan ale li lon sa ma America.
Lo yan tima teka o tase.
Ono li lon. Ma teka li lon ala. Li wile ala tawa. Ni ono li lon ala. Musi taso.
Yan tani li wile sono yan più te seme li lon ma win. Toki pi anketa mi la yan luka li lon.
Non. Taso ona li toki ni, taso ona li toki ni kin, tapo kama la yan ante li kama. Ona li kama tawa toki uta pi suno pi toki pona la, ona li toki ni yan luka li lon, taso ken la yan ante li kama la pini. Pona.
Ma putte.
Di yan mutea. Sone ni mi kama sone e tempo curvo la ma wile bikini. Aken so mi la yan tuan li kama no se taso yan luka.
Lona.
Ne li mute suli. Wow, mute tame. Mi sono ala.
Yan oli pili kami toki ni yan tutu. Li toki pona lo makinla. Li mute.
Ona li tu ala la, ona li mute.
Ni mute.
Ma. Yan makinli li yan no se mi kin pili ni akela yan oli pietaso li toki pona lo makinli. Taso ala.
Taso kina mi toki pona don mana ni di wow pin se mi yan tepo sina mi di kama toki pona don ma don poka.
Ni li lon mi pari se dilentawa.
Mi pali e sitlentawa ta sono pi toki pona sina ale o kama duki ne ona ni mi ona li me di pirmetien.
Stitlen meli.
Stitlen meli. Mi pali wawa lon ni taso mi toki pona lon mala tempo la mi niente po li moku kepken toki pona li tawa noka lo ma kepken toki pona
Yan ale li luke no se.
Yan ale li sono e toki no se meta son yan ikin lukin yan to li toki nas so lola ma mi la ya toki anti mutrilon toki in li taso toki epan yan toki lusin toki son komiko teni non tempo mute ni la yan li kute toki nasla li nas suli ala to no se
pensi yan toki nasa in nasa ala toki ma ante taso mi toki pona lon kepken silo mi la nili ante li pili mote la mi toki pona kepken ido anu seme silo li ante mi vile ai ni yan ina wide toki pona lon poka silo ante sino ken
Tempo sì che camera quello pul Roma Europa la mi wile tawani. Yan Luca Lilona non seme dili wawa. Kila ma mole ma mon kalami sale ni mi pon so ni manila tempo quello che tocchi e pelanto li kama. Che la yamuti li tocchi ponelo ni. Nila kena yan così tawani yan sonia kin yan ante mutte.
Mi pili ni tempo multe da mi kama toki toki e pelanto le Lila mi pili multe lili tani ken mi pito ki pelanto li wawa suli ala taso yan multe pito ki pon li lon kin ni ken wawa multe taso yan tu taso pito ki pon li lon da awan la mi pili pona tani ki pona no se me non
yan sonia insina tu
lettu
Yan telli wile kama tempo kulpu lo manuyo. Yan tani sina kama ni la mitawani. Kama ni.
mi wile tawa tempo kulupu taso. Mama mi li wile ala esun eli pupu la. li wile ala tawa ma mewika.
Li lorna jan multe pi toki pona li kepkin ilo siko, ni la jan multe pi toki pona li lili anu seme, ni la jan multe pi toki pona li jo ala imani mute.
Mi pilin mi la jan ale pi toki pona li lili tan li. Lili la li sele non topo solo non tempo mute, li wile ala paleante non tempo mute, pane tempo mute. Tawa sona toki nasa. Ili pilin mi.
Jan ma yun ali lukin e toki nasa e toki nia. Mi kama sona ni tan seme.
Lon mute.
So jan li ken musi. Jan
Mi
surin
pilin
jo ala e
li-
musi lon kon ona.
ni Pakala, mi kama jan suli, ike a. Mi lukin de lipo tempo, mi pilin ni tempo pikala masin lipini. Taso
Lon.
ni li musi mi wote li toki e io pona. Io toki pi pona, pi toki e pona, pi.
Non, mi muta li toki pona pi toki pona.
Wala sina kini wile panai uta sina tawa jan ale la o kama luma poli pi toki pona, o kala tawa jan ale taso, mi jan lakuse,
Mi jan tepo.
Mi pale seno natan?
kepeo.
Mi jan kefe ano seme.
Ni li kala masin sina ale o pona.
Pini.
Wow, pona, non kutisi.
Yo, awan lon ni. Yo, awan lon ni mi wile toki kama. Kama la. Next up, Kalama Musi by Jan Usui. Yo, excited. Very.
All right. Are we go? Oh, I'm on air. Awesome. Can y'all see and hear me? Getting my water. Let me know in chat. I'm looking. Half my screen is video Ninja, and half my screen is Discord. Jen, awesome. Woo. All right. Hello, everyone, for the second time today. I am Ari. Last year, I introduced myself first as Jan Awi because that was what I felt more people would know me by. And now I get to really just introduce myself first and foremost, although I guess not because there's this whole preamble, as Jan Usawi. I'm a singer, songwriter, producer, toki pona, and general language and conlang enthusiast. And oh man, this is my second time performing at Suno Toki Pona. I've got just so much more for y'all today. I'm trying to fix latency while talking about it. Okay. Yeah. All right. We're gonna sit with that. Yes. Watch on YouTube is probably the better place to do it. This is, I really hope the latency gets fixed. There were, it's technical issues. It's Suno Toki Pona. What would it be without technical issues? Last time I only had like a handful of songs, and now I have like so much more to share with you guys. This is mostly going to be stuff that's already out on Bandcamp, but there's going to be some new stuff as well, some stuff that has not been heard, or maybe if you were here earlier today, you've also heard some of that stuff. But we're going to start with a classic. One of, if not I don't like to pick favorites, but possibly my favorite Toki Pona song. I really do need to fix this latency issue. Hang on. Okay. All right, that's better. This is none other than Mapilonala. Samama Pilonala Tasonali Kamalo Kebekemi Oekai Selosina Opanay Anesina Obude Alae Ona Midulio Kalile. Yes, I am on the chat. Let me know if this is sounding good. Kalile Obude Alae Ona Midulio Kalile. Ulina Sinaya Olintawangi Ikanalisona Kule Ona Katsoni looking at me Ituli toki Kala pinete Don subala benini Nama na bigonate Selula sole Kun suno Usobi bute Nini sina Ayatani Iantani Selula Yani toki eoli Samamba Milonala Tasonali Kamalu kekele Anatini miselo Ilukine apelo taso Sigala tawami Mituyo kalibile Onero kela lube Toki sebi utami Love se ajala Mituyo kalibile Sabili kama wala Sabili kama tawami Uya se alisana Mituyo kalibile Nili olintawa ona lisona ala Ninila olilipona Nilampuka sina Ala kamapona Omidulila pela Iya belona la kamalona Omena pela lupa Nilila la volutami Omena la kama Omidulila kalile Sabili kama wawa Sabili loika jalani Umiya sirali ale Omidulila kalile Sirala ona Omidulila kalile Alusahe kona Omidulila kalile Omidulila la 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 Omidulila kalile Omidulila la 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 Mikulila limuka Awesome. I was trying to make sure because my audio interface kept telling me I was clipping, but if that sounds good, just let me know. I can always adjust it in real time. What do I have next on my set list? Ah, yes. Wonderful. Let's move over to that song. So the last time I did this one, I was like, I got stuff to talk about. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. Actually, let's see. Let's see if I can't take like a minute to fix that. I didn't like turn the master down, did I? Yeah, working with audio interfaces is weird. I can always just boost the volume here. Because there's not a limiter on it. There should be. All right. Let's see how this works. So the last time I did this song, I was like, I only have so much time. I had 20 minutes for the whole set. And I want to talk about this song, and it's got a minute-long intro, so. That is what led to there being the dialogue in the intro. The mani pon was just because it's fun to like move the front beat to talk over. I didn't really find anything specific to talk about with this one. I've talked about the meaning of it before, the kind of anti-capitalist, not kind of, very anti-capitalist message of this song. Over the years, I've looked at all of the things that made me nervous to perform this one, and I think a lot of them were unfounded. It is a pretty good song, and I'm a lot more excited to perform it this time around. I can't tell which backing vocal I have. I guess I have none. So. My favorite part. Kami drum drum sama pala tomo tawali brum brum moe kami tawa ni sike ale ni ge boli mi aniseme mama kaya pane namako tawa tempo ni izami gena la kama yo namako si nata ni mogu ale mani ale sino ale ni la ni abafina Sina miyola ini miwele kama wawa miwele kama miwele kazo tomo ni mate miwele la bella mitali muteta nseme nisona kama la wala oh nalitoki enemy can I love on me I'm feeling that feeling in me. Can I love you? Can I love me? Can I love that tempo me? You're like feeling as a mini summer mini the feeling that one mini sike ai que para ai sike que se mini pakara looking on that you're like mini io mi vale mi lo na pazienza lo la mia che we so la mia che si di nada this feeling when it goes I'm really feeling really good. Right. The chat agrees. This is indeed feeling really cool. Nice. My voice is already a little bit raspy from that, but you know, we're gonna keep going. I turned off the monitor. Oh, this is a lot of delay. Yeah, so if it sounds like I'm echoing at this point, it's intentional. I turned off the recording arm for this one, which I probably shouldn't have, but I did. So, I talk about Toki gaming a lot. This is getting distracting. I talk about Toki gaming a lot because I have two things that are both called Toki gaming. One is a Toki Ponito that is going to happen maybe eventually, if at all, but Toki gaming, the cover EP, is absolutely still in the works, a thing that is happening, a thing that I've been steadily working towards, and I wanted to showcase a little bit of what's going to go on it. Some of it will be covers of Toki Pona songs that other people have made in Toki Pona, but a lot of that stuff hasn't been fully arranged yet. So the two things that I have to showcase, I did one earlier today, is these are covers of English, or in this case actually Korean, songs translated into Toki Pona. This is a song I just happen to be like a fan of. I'm messing with that. This is just a K-pop song, like an old one that I happen to be a huge fan of. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to translate it into Toki Pona because why not? It's the vibe. So here we go. Eventually to be for free on Toki Gaming. This is Dreams Come True, originally by SES. I meant to say before or after Mapilonada. I did not have like harmonies to back me up last year. Now I do, and that's it's just so much good stuff. I'm gonna switch over to the next project, which I think is. Am I right? Yes. Okay. I went out of order a little bit, and that is fine. Yeah, I was just really hyped to do Dreams Come True. This one, I don't have a lot of preamble, but before I do it, shout out to Nardi, aka Yanasi, for one, making awesome toki pona music. It was listening to me peeling Neni that made me realize, like, oh, people are doing this. I could do this. I think I want to do this now. Two, for reaching out to me, for doing a collaboration, and then three, for making this specific awesome song. You know the one. This is Pakala. Played from behind almost. Kolipona kompi antesina sino sona ala sona lani pona mila oli nili pini nili pona tawa mi sona mila sina pilin pona ala kin tempo kama mitulilon boya piseli ikeni loni si keni tempo pinila minasa toki eni Bimboli tawa sina, tempo nila mi sona, tempo nili tempo pia l'assassin. Fiancé, taso sina la, sina ken ala ken tawa. Pequeño lo toqué. Sonali si que galam ana sin violin sinali utala taso mi sona eni. Onali awen pakalax mi que na la lawa eni. Lukai ilo toki sino toki que pequenini. Isuma tempo pini mi sona SMS. Sino pisi teleni samni. Liante. Opinin sina dilete. Nikamayo isali libakala. Omipite ala bile esina. Tani bibile la bibile pakala. Sina kindala uli. Emila utawatani. Taso tempo pine ante la. Sina que ala que si pinili ay te lo la tempo pina mi feeling sama ala taso sina kama pa galali pakalani tempo bella mi feeling so alive. Pakala is epic. I've messed up my fair share of lines today, but he's chill. You just got to keep rolling with it. you know? All right, next song. The one I think I skipped last time. There we go. Yeah, this is the one I skipped. And this is the one, oh, no latency, no. How dare you do this to me? We roll with it. This is the one that, last time I said no one had heard before. If you were here for both, you've heard this one before. I was talking then about how a lot of some of my more recent songs I've really like played with using Nunimi scene and trying to like for specific phrases in there, like Munante had a whole Adam Neely reference that was really kind of awkward to translate. And that stuff is fun to do, but it's honestly more fun to really write in toki pona and not just have an idea in my head in English and then try and squeeze it into the mold. So I've been trying to get back into the way I feel like I've written some of my earlier stuff. And I thought this song was just going to be like something for off in the future. And then yesterday I really got like hit with inspiration and I finished it. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess we have room for it. Oh my God, I think that laugh clipped the audio. So the title for this and the kind of the inspiration for the instrumental came from a night in VC when we were all like generating stuff in toki pona with DALL-E and GPT-3 and other AI. And I asked it for the title for my next toki pona song, and it said Sona Pitelo Nasa. So that's the parenthetical title. The main title is Tawa, and I hope you enjoy. Sinayan sona palipiten po pinayanila kepekin piniminilenala kinasinawilalemutay Sosina nasan Panatami bukitelo samani Mimo kulipine telo nila Ikan kama sana ewile Anu kena sana Ona lana sini Tempo mutela misona ilona lani Tasa sina pakala ewawa sonambi Sina pakala pinasin sonambi Ona likandani hamiken na lakon Donta moni lapin kon na lelitelo Tasa lukasina lamika masama ko Sina lipana inamako Taba mi ami bileolino Taba Ebi miken kama sina Kama taba mili kama usawi Toki taba sina eliampi Sike nuka mi amiken utala Sina sona taba sina liwa Tawa misi ikena lapini Ta solon la umila Toki monsi Visitalenya Anu yasima Anu sina Anu Kena sanalini lona lana sini Tempo mutala misana elonim sami Tasa sina pakala iwawa sonambi Sina pakala pinasa sonambi Utamili kama ala kama laso Anu tampili mila simpi mili loye daso Lukin sina lami kama samako Beka sana mili beka eko Taba mi ambi bielino Taba Emi miken kama sina Kama taba lilaba Emi usina usawi Isui taba 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 sina enya psike noka taba yamio sa sina tona taba taba sina liba Whoa, that's Sally. All said are hot and strong. I saw the comment up here. The song is silly in the way that the Pooh Dictionary defines silly. An adjective that means fire. Hell yeah. Thank y'all so much. It is sad that there is no silly emoji. All right, I'm looking. I got 15 minutes left. We're gonna do the thing. So this one takes a little bit. Hold on. Y'all who were here last time know what's about to happen. At first, when I was initially planning these, oh no, where's my thing? Where's my thing to like attach the mic? Oh no, where did it go? So y'all who were here last time know why this is an issue. God damn it. All right, we're gonna make this work. No, we can't make that work. Yes, we can. So I didn't think initially I was gonna have. Yeah, I dropped it, but I put it back. Oh, there it is. Perfect. It was kind of hidden. So when I was initially planning these sets, I was under the impression that last time when I had time to do 4 songs, I had done a 30-minute set. I had done 20. So I wrote like, okay, initially I'm not gonna. And I realized I did. So I knew this is one I wanted to do for both sets. This is loop 1 for those who remember. For setting up my mic, because since I don't have 3 hands, I cannot play a guitar, hold the mic at the same time. My guitar is over there. 1 second. The joys of live performing when things go wrong. I did find the screw, yeah, so it's right there. Wait, I've told this before. Yes. So yeah, Luca 2-1, 8 reference. This is Luca 2-1, which can mean 8, but it can also mean 3 hands. And so I wrote a song about not having 3 hands, not being able to do everything, and certainly not being able to do everything perfectly. I'm going to take the headphones off because they're distracting, hearing it doubled. So I'm not going to be playing this perfectly. When I started, I did not know how to play guitar, like, at all. And so I wasn't able to make it like I perfectly, heard it in my head. But I was like, that's the point, right? So I just recorded it on piano. I let there be mistakes, and it was awesome, and it was great. And now it's going to be a little closer to how I heard it in my head when I wrote it. It's not going to be perfect, and if it were, it wouldn't, because the point is that it's not perfect. So I like to prop me up against something. So if I ever get perfect at this on guitar, I said in the last set, I'll learn a new instrument to make up for it. So here we go. Tempo open lambian, cinta solayan mute, di alasan ponayemi. mi wile kama sona, mi wile kama pona taso, kepekenala nasini. Tempo suno aleli siketawa vali aleli yo enampa. Tempo pipa kalam bila nampa bili kama ampa. Tempo lona lukatu milipali iomute nilisuli. Taso Mio alla look at one. What is happening? Oh, that's why. Got to one. Mi can alla pali alle, mi alle. Mio alla look at one. Mi can alla pali ante, tasso mi pali e alle mi pali. Bilin siketawa olin suli emon suta suli Bilin neni miken ala tawa mapi ampanoka Io ala lukatuan Miken ala pali ale sina ale pilinoke utalani Understand. You can all paliante, tasso mi bile any. And sina ale oli, pali mi ale. Mio misina toki eni tasotano linila mi wile samasina Mio alla lukatuan Mi can alla pali alle mi alle Mio alla lukatuan Mi can alla paliante, tasso mi alle pali. Mi can alla paliante, tasso mi pali. E alle mi. My pop filter hit the strings. I was not expecting that. So that's Luca 2-1. Finagling stuff. Hang on 1 second. My headphones got caught in the guitar strap. There we are. So I'm gonna let y'all decide because I didn't know. I've got 8 minutes, which I think is enough time for both things I want to do. What do we want to end the show with? Do we want to end with Ome Kalike or do we want to end with Monsuta? Should I ask that while I was taking things down so we had time? But I'll drink some water. A perfectly imperfect performance. Tanya and Denny, thank you so much. Imagine only clapping with Monsuta. Okay, end with Monsuta. All right, cool. That was what I had written down initially. So we're in tune. I love that. I love that for us. All right. Let's just jump right into it. I got 7 minutes, so that's about enough time. Weka toki lilon ala mi toki ala ini aquí no toki en tawa yang pipana isina tawa mi ali sinali ike sinali ike oku kala ike ili sinali ike tina sigalo sinali ike oku kala ike oku kala ike Matan sinatami Pili ni ke ala Tanu na pakala Ona li pili neni Ona li pona Misona ni utali no ni utala So mi sono pensando Ton toki pi utaona Toki ona ike ali pi musiala Otawa weka Sana ni yoe Tali Seki bemoli Otawa mama sina Toki ni tawayang pakalani Ali sinali ike Toki sinali ike Oku ikala ike Kili sinali ike Tina sigelo sinali ike Oku ikala ike Tempokanala Mikoi senala Nampano kami Miwile mute Nikalana Niliweka halatan lawasina Oku sinali ike Sinali ike Nena sina ahora mi looking at the mute no singing sina and nena sina alike ali sinali ike sinali ike oku ikala ike feeling sinali ike kina sigelo sinali ike oku ikala ike All right. Seeing as I have 3 minutes, we best get to it. I'll tell you why this is a great song to end on, is if I clip, it's not a problem, because that's how it's supposed to sound. Mi, wile, ala, lili, mi, wile, ala, sui, mi, wile, ala, oli, mi, wile, ala, sa, mi, wile, ala, sewi, mi, wile, ala, nasi, mi, wile, ala, pona, mi, wile, ala, sta. Monse, da, lili, Dime ya loni sapi lawa sina toki ike lona ba sina once da emi lami uta la sina ike sama kama suli lami ala sa ni bile ala mi bile ala kude mi bile ala nini mi bile ala sa mi bile ala Sina toki ike nana ilo ala tomo ala nilipuna sin ala kalama niliseme cielo moli konyaki dalaloyetaki sinawile weka kasoken ala pai sama sueli utasama akesi con sama seli suli sinaken ala nawa emi nawa sina 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 That might be no, I've ever done that. Exaggerating. Oh. All right, that is all I have. It's 6:30. Just my closing remarks. If you want to support me and my music, I am on YouTube, Bandcamp, and Patreon. Those last two are the best places to support me monetarily. Tawa Sonopita Lanasa will be on there at some point, and somewhere probably further in the future, Toki Gaming will be out there for free. But those are the places to support me monetarily and support the other artists who are coming up. I haven't had as much time as I wanted to watch all of them, but I am really excited to, and I've just loved so much who I've seen so far. Also, this is not the last time that I will be here tonight. If you are here for Jan Nicoletta, aka Keika's performance, I'll be on there for one more new song that I hope you all really enjoy. Thank you so much. Can't wait for next year. Let's go. I think the next act has already been going in the Video Ninja room, so I'll let them get to it. Thank you guys. Sina alilipon ng mutem.
Okay, cool. Can you hear me? On the stream, can you hear me? All right, I'm gonna, that's a yes. All right. Yanaleo Toki. All right, this is another lesson, this time on obscure and interesting Nasin Pitoki Pona. We're going to cover a few different ways that you can explore what is possible with reducing some of the word count in Toki Pona. Now, the purpose of most of this is not to tell you how to speak Toki Pona, but to think about what is possible with Toki Pona. Different ways to restate things given I don't use certain words. And we're going to start with a goofily named Nasin, Piant. So, Piant, P-nt, excuse me, nt, focuses simply on not ever using the word P. And that is the whole conceit of it. Now, for some purposes, this may sound confusing or even particularly difficult, but for the most part, it can be done simply by breaking it down into multiple sentences. So let's look at something simple. Mi, yan, pi, pana, sona. That'd be me, yan, pi, pana, sona. So the core idea here is that we've used P to latch together multiple adjectives. In this case, we know that P encompasses everything right here. All of panasona makes it a single adjective, and then that goes on to apply to the head noun. We can adjust this relatively simply by breaking this into two sentences. The information of being a person who panasonas, that's not critical, right? Or more exactly, it still describes me, right? I am that kind of person, and it also makes sense to describe me as panasona. So I can say just mi yan, and I can say mi pana sona. Here we go. And that is the core idea behind this particular nasin. Now, you can't say that in every single case this works without a doubt, but you can say pretty confidently that most of the time, if you have a P adjective group that modifies some head noun, all you have to do is break it up into another sentence, right? This is true a lot of the time. So let's try another example. Let's make something a little bit more complex. Milon tomo suli. Come back over here. P pali cielo. Milon tomo suli pi pali cielo. Now, the idea here is that we have still this head noun, this time with multiple adjectives. P can be taken out of it super, super easily by this time breaking up not the subject for me that P is modifying, because of course we're not modifying me with P anymore, or with everything in the P anymore. Now we're modifying the tomo in the sentence. So in this case, what we want to do is break up mi lon tomo, maybe mi lon tomo suli, and that can be all one sentence of its own. And then you can describe what you do in the tomo. And I can say in a separate sentence, tomo ni la dot dot dot, because we're going to go on to describe that at this P, it's now an im, tomo ni la mi pali cielo. And you could say maybe we're going to the gym. It's a bodybuilding place, right? P, like removing it from toki pona, is surprisingly simple. Not to say, again, that you have to do so. Removing P from toki pona is one way to think about toki pona. It's one way to explore what is possible, what parts of your sentence connect to what, and what concepts you're trying to convey. And I would encourage you to try it for a little while. Look at maybe something you've written before, find spots where you used P, break it up into one or more sentences that no longer use P, right? And it's also worth mentioning that you don't necessarily have to break this up into multiple sentences. It's often possible to restate this with, say, the context block. Similarly to how we did here, where we referred back to the same tomo with the la clause, we could instead say, lon tomo la mi pali cielo. And then separately, maybe say milon. Or maybe the first part could be a whole sentence where I could say, mi lon tomo la mi pali cielo, right? It's always possible to remove P from the sentence. All right, so that was pretty quick. Let's go on to the next one, which will prove to be a good bit more interesting. The next one is the idea of removing preverbs. Now, again, this is another exploratory idea wherein we're trying to say what things are possible with this adjustment. So in the simplest case, you could say something like yan, li, wile, moku. Somebody wants to eat. And a lot of the time, you can break up this preverb expression of wile out of the sentence and into a separate sentence. Again, a lot of this revolves around breaking it into a separate sentence. And so you could now say, yan, li, wile, e, ni. Ona, li, moku. Now, again, it does take a fair bit of effort here. Excuse me. It takes a fair bit of effort here to break out the preverb and make sure that we're not using one anymore. But again, as with P, it's entirely possible to do so, right? And this pattern where we take the preverb and say it is the thing that we're applying to some other idea, it's now a transitive, and then we express the idea, this pattern holds pretty consistently across the preverbs. As a matter of fact, this works with some of the preverbs that are, well, I shouldn't say some of the preverbs. It works with the words that people think to be preverbs, like open and pini. A lot of times you'll hear somebody say, mi open kamasona e tokipona, as in, I begin to learn tokipona, right? But really, what they would mean is, mi open e kamasona pi tokipona. I begin the learning of tokipona, right? This is a similar idea. So let's try another example. Sina awen pali e lipu sona. Sona, there we go. Sina awen pali e lipu sona. You are still creating a knowledge book, a knowledge document. In this case, once again, you can break it up into multiple separate sentences. This time, it is a little bit weirder to think about because you're applying awen to an action, and it does still have essentially the same meaning, but it does feel a little different in expression. So let me demonstrate. Now, the sentence would be, Sina awen e ni. Sina pali e lipu. Right? And I dropped a bit about sona, but you get the idea. So here, now we're saying that you stay this action. You continue this action. It has the same fundamental construction as the preverb, but split into multiple sentences. And this is not necessarily the only way to express this. It's also often possible to express this in the context clause, in a la clause. So you could, for example, say, awen la sina pali e lipu. We can write that down. Awen la sina pali e lipu. These constructions both encompass the idea of the preverb awen without losing the intention there. Of course, there are a couple more preverbs in tokipona. My intention is not to cover all of them, but to explore this idea of what if we didn't have preverbs? What if we explored another way of thinking about it, right? And so what I'd like to go on to next is something a bit weirder. And if you've been to my lessons in the art chat before, you've heard of this one. And maybe you've heard of it from some of the prominent speakers in Mapi Tokipona as well. This is going to be transitive prepositional phrases. So let me write that down. I'm going to write it down shortly because all of these words are large. So transitive prepositional phrases. Broadly speaking, if you understand transitive verbs and you understand prepositional phrases, you have all the necessary information already to understand a transitive prepositional phrase. And of course, we know that there are only 5 prepositions in tokipona. Generally, there's some minor discussion out there about, oh, we could use this word as a preposition. And maybe we're going to be focusing on the main 5 defined by Pooh right here. So we have tawa, lon, sama, tan, and kepeken. Now, so I'm going to talk about each of these briefly, just as far as their meaning, so we're all caught up. Tawa, as a preposition, means something can be to, for, in the opinion of. It can also be used for comparisons, still in the way of being to something, like nili suli tawayan. This is large in comparison to people. This is large to people, right? But largely, tawa is about various kinds of movement, and they can be both physical movement and interpersonal movement. Lon is about things that exist, things that are in a particular location, and usually provides temporal, physical, or like knowledge-wise context about something that is going on, right? And this can be any particular kind of context. It can be lon sona, for example. It doesn't have to be a physical object or something that exists in time. Sama is about the similarity of things, normally indicating that whatever sentence it modifies is occurring in a way similar to some other thing. Again, that thing can be anything in particular. Tan talks about causality, what things cause what other things to occur. So normally if something is tan, we're expressing the idea that there is a cause, there's some object being the cause of some action or something that occurred. And then there is kepiken, which is the act of using. Something is being beneficial, providing some utility to an action. So as transitive prepositional phrases, each one is very interesting. It tends to limit a little bit the scope of what they can talk about. But despite that, there's a lot of expression to be had in this kind of construct. Now, before I continue on to transitive prepositional phrases, once again, clarity that this is an exploratory type of idea, helping you reason about what is possible in toki pona, but again, not necessarily the way you have to speak. Just something that's fun. So let's clear the board, and we're going to start with tawa. So let's say, mi tawa tomo e sina. Now, this is an example of a transprep that you can potentially understand without understanding it, without analyzing it as a transitive prepositional phrase. If you're saying, I house move you, just to toki ponglish it, it can very well mean, I am moving you to the home. It's certainly a weird way of saying it, but it's one of the possible interpretations. Now, that being said, we are exploring this as a transitive prepositional phrase, so tawa now takes tomo. And it's saying, I move you in some way. If we were to analyze this without the object of the preposition. So now tawa applies to sina. And this pattern will come back. We'll pause for a moment to think about what does it mean to use this preposition as a verb, right? So, mi tawa esina, that means I am moving you. Well, mi tawa tomo esina, I am moving you to a home, a building, right? And this is essentially the entire lesson. I can continue with examples of other transitive prepositional phrases, but all of them do work like this. It's taking whatever the transitive prepositional phrase describes, or just the prepositional phrase describes, and applying it to some object in the sentence. Here, if I tawa tomo esina, I am moving you to a building. And we can look at other examples of this too. I could say, mi tawa lape e soweli. Mi tawa lape e soweli. I appear to have gone off just a bit there, but mi tawa lape e soweli, that will be something like, I send the animal to bed. I make the animal go sleep, right? Essentially the same idea. We're taking whatever is here and applying it to the object. What if I wanted to restate this without a transitive prepositional phrase? Well, that will be something like, mi ni e soweli, or mi ni tawa soweli. Ona o lape, or ona li lape, right? you have to take a moment to express the fact that you were explicitly making them doing that, which is fine. But it does take a little bit more, I guess, massaging the grammar of adding another sentence to make it work properly and fully. So yeah, mi tawa lape e soweli, mi ni tawa soweli, ona o lape. Something like that. So let's continue on to lon. So lon is actually fairly similar to tawa in that it expresses that you're changing the location of something, right? So if I say mi lon toki e ilo, that will be something like I container exist the tools. Now, again, stepping back to explore this with just the head noun of this, or the head of this verb phrase, mi lon e ilo, we can understand that what this is saying is it's making the tools exist, and since lon is being modified, it's making those tools exist in some specific way. Analyzing this as a transitive prepositional phrase, we get the idea that we are making the tools exist in a container. Mi lon poki e ilo. Nila ilo lilon poki. I place the tools in the container. I make them exist in the container. Therefore, they are in the container. Lon essentially keeps working like this. Now, we should contrast it with tawa for a moment, because of course, tawa expresses some act of moving them, whereas lon, it tends to express the thing is now there, right? But of course, it's not really possible, at least in the physical sense, to move something to a container without actually moving it. But there's still something to be said for the difference in connotation between mi tawa e ilo and mi lon e ilo, where they're both transitive prepositional phrases. Specifically, if I say mi tawa poki e ilo, this is a bit more broad because it could be meaning I just move the tools in the direction of the container, right? I maybe place the tools at the side of the container. Whereas mi lon poki e ilo is something more like I explicitly put the tools in the container. There's a fair distinction there. Now, at the same time, that's not to say that you couldn't express it both ways. I think both ways are capable of expressing that we put the tools in the container. But certainly lon is more about the things are now in the container in this context, and tawa is more we're moving in the direction of the container. Maybe we'll get there. Right. Now, a couple more. Excuse me. We then have sama. And sama is interesting because we're now applying some kind of sameness to an action or object, right? So I could say mi sama, let's say mi sama mama mi e pali mi, right? In this case, I should actually pause for a moment because I've made one little change here that's pretty critical. In the previous examples, all of my trans preps, they had only one word following the preposition, but here we now have two. So this is a case where analyzing it exactly as a verb and not, or excuse me, analyzing it as a transitive verb and not as a preposition now matters, because if you're analyzing this as a verb, this is a sama, which is related to mama and to me. But if it's a preposition, it's now some sama preposition, some similarity that is related to mama mi, right? It changes whether mi goes to mama or if mi goes to sama and mama also goes to sama, right? So that's something critical to note here. These are not perfectly compatible with Poo's grammar. That being said, we'll continue here. If I say mi sama mama mi e pali mi, that's something like I make my work similar to my parents, right? In this case, this is pretty similar to ante, and we could restate this with ante. So let's try that. Mi ante e pali mi. Right, that's the first statement. And then we need to go further. And we could say this is tawani or reuse sama. So it could be sama ni. And then we can express what thing is changed about the Pali. Pali li sama because we can say Pali li sama mama mi. I have changed my work to be similar to my parents' work. Now, of course, you don't necessarily have to use this nasin, as I've expressed before, but it is interesting to think about how the exactness of the statement changes when you alter it into the nasin pu, right? It's not a one-to-one change. There are subtleties here and there which are a bit different. And we'll see that especially with tan, which is very, very interesting. So let's go on to tan now. Let's see. I am running out of time. Got a couple minutes left here. Got like, I think 5 or 6. All right, so tan is interesting. And tan is interesting because there's a couple different ways people interpret it as a transitive prepositional phrase, which don't really work with each other. I pulled this in Mapona not too long ago, and I came out with 2 different groups of thought about how tan works. So we're going to explore both of these. First off, tan as a transitive prepositional phrase. Let's say, mi tan wawa sina e nasin. So here we have tan, and it takes all of wawasina, as in your power, your strength, your courage, whatever particular way you choose to interpret it. Mi tan wawasina e nasin. I make the method be caused by you. So here's the divide. Tan, of course, talks about causality. It says this thing is explicitly caused by, whatever tan takes. But the problem with tan as a transitive prepositional phrase is that if you use it to mean the exact same thing, as in to change the cause of something, it doesn't totally work. Now, there are certainly contexts where you can talk about a future event and making you the cause of that future event. But if you're talking about something that's currently going on or something that happened in the past, all that your tan prepositional phrase can do is attribute, right? All it can say is, I make you be the cause of it, as in, I attribute it to you, right? Now, I personally use the attribute nasin. Others will use the exclusive caused by nasin, and I think both are equally valid. It's just very interesting to explore. But this one is also interesting because it means that there are 2 possible restatements here to explore. So we could say, nasin ni litan wawasina, right? Now, that would say the nasin is because of your power, right? So we've restated the sentence essentially. Nasin li tan wawa sina. But then we've lost one piece of information in this particular restatement. Where did me go, right? Now, we could interpret this into statement in a variety of ways. We could say mila at the start, which would be something like, in the context of me, literally, in my opinion, maybe, the nasin is because of your power or your strength. But in this particular restatement, without me already inserted, we have lost that information. It no longer conveys quite the same thing. In a similar vein, we could maybe say, me, let's see, in the attribution case, mi toki e ni sina tan. So there's the attribution case where I say, I said this. You are the cause, right? Now, this also loses some information, and not just because I've dropped the details for brevity. In that case, we are talking about the fact that we're losing some of the nuance that is possible with tan prep phrase, transitive prep phrase. In this case, we now have just the fact that it's an attribution, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Again, a lot of toki pona does make you make, I suppose I would call them compromises about what you're willing to express and about what things are going on. We're going to call it good on tan, and I'm going to continue to kepiken, and then that will be the end of this presentation. So, kepiken is a very interesting one. And kepiken is interesting because it doesn't really have at least a widely accepted definition as a transitive verb to begin with. Before Poo, kepiken was taught to mean using or to use as both a preposition and as a transitive verb at different times throughout toki pona's history. So if you see somebody say kepiken and they say mi kepiken ilo, that's fine. If you see somebody say mi kepiken e ilo, modern toki pona speakers would say, oh, that doesn't really make any sense. You mean mi kepiken ilo, right? And because of that divide, there's kind of a gap, I suppose, in kepiken's use, where it doesn't have a verb meaning. And that's perfectly okay, right? Not every word has to have a use in every single part of speech. And toki pona, I think, is better for having this bit of something to think about while you're a learner, right? Thinking about the grammar, thinking about the process of learning. What is relevant about kepiken here is that it is a preposition, and you're going to be using it in a one particular way. Learning that mistake is just as important as using kepiken correctly. Excuse me, learning from that mistake is just as important. But, of course, we're here to talk about transitive prepositional phrases, and yeah, kepiken does have a use in that case, but it's still a little obscure. So if I say, mi kepiken, I've written this backwards, ilo e yan. Mi kepiken ilo e yan. Well, first, if we look at kepiken on its own without the ilo there, and we say kepiken is a transitive verb applying to yan, and then analyze it that way, now we have this interesting conundrum. Because kepiken means using or to use. It talks about the usability of a thing, maybe. And so the best interpretation of this we could maybe derive from tawa. If I say mi tawa e ilo, mi tawa e io, whatever particular thing, I move that thing. If I say mi kepiken e ilo, well, in the tawa case, we applied tawa to the thing. So are we applying kepiken to yan? Well, the answer is yes. That's the interpretation that makes the most sense. But it still doesn't make a lot of sense until we have transitive prepositional phrases. So here's the trick. If we are applying using to yan, and we have something to be applying that using about, then it actually does have a use. This is essentially saying, I make a person use tools. Mi kepiken ilo e yan. And this is pretty similar to a case we looked at before. So let's restate it. Mi ni tawa yan. Ona li, go back here, kepeken ilo. Mi ni tawayan, ona li kepeken ilo. And of course, there are many ways to restate this that could also work. This in particular, this restatement, I like because it is explicit about what is the cause, what is occurring, who is making this happen, and it is also explicit about what the effect is. Ona li kepeken ilo. Of course, you could get pretty close to the same idea with tan, and I wouldn't dismiss that because yeah, you could say yan li kepeken ilo tan mi. This is pretty close. It does miss the bit of information that you were explicitly making them do it, because you certainly could be the cause without having made them do it, such as if you broke something and they had to pick up a tool to fix it. But it does work. It does get pretty close to the same idea. All right, that is all I have for now. If you enjoyed this lesson, like I said in the previous lesson, please come along to Matoki Pona VR. I do lessons every Saturday. I really hope you'll come along, and I hope you learned something now. Thank you.
Nampo ala kaligen musta. Toksila miken tawalon niya. Mapilo na la ni se muta mi pilueliko. Tempo nila kalamani. Likuyoli kulio. Ow! Ni wila ala tokisuli emi. Tasumi awen tokisuli tani. Tapo ala lami tokisuli yo violini. Sama 1, 2, 3, polu. Kasan sa likuyoni. Latsoni sama yara sune miku sonali. Mani ni lami kendo sune ale ni kena. Labake ni si kevalia iyo likuyo. Non tempolon mi weka iyo ala. Mi kule pili mi kama yoi tokilawa. Mi sinele nanimi. Mi pona e pakala. Mi pana e kala. Ma mi sama moku nasa wawa. Mi sama accuracy. Kamalon pokimo sini. Nare mi no domo bilang pasewi. Sini wile kama nampa sewi kina. Kute kalama o kama nasa. Mi sama pipi. Alike na la boli emi. Mi kena bilang mi. Alike like taso oni eni. Pakala mi kili sui. Mi suno para mi lo supa sewi. Mi supa ya. Si kalama mi la sinapi. Sama mi pilon ya sima liluki. Na mi li toki eni. Ona li sawi mute emi. 1, 2, 3, 4. Luka sa sa likuya. Kalama suni eni la aleri kuliya. 1, 2, 3, 4. Luka sa sa likuya. Kalama suni eni la aleri kuliya. Se me da mi camada poquita ni. Kula kalama, isike non lawa. Cinta soleándote di alla saponai mi
Mi wile kama sona, mi wile kama pona taso, que pequeña lana sini. Tempo suno aleli si que tawa pali aleli yo enampa. Tempo pipa kalamila nampan pili nili kama ampa. Na lukatu mili pali e iomu te nili suli taso io alla e lukatu one mi canale pali e alle mi alle li samani mi canale pali ante taso mi pali Italiani Elin mili siketaba Lin suli e monsita Suli a Mi pilin eni mi kenala Tawa mapi ampanoka Mi a Mio alla e Luca to one Mi canale pali e alle Sinale pilino che Utalani Anseme Mi canale pali ante Taso mi wile ni Sina alali olin E pali mi ale Mio mi sina toki eni Tasotando linila Mi wile sama sina Mio alla e luka to one Mi canale pali ale Mi alle Lio alla e luka to one Mi canale pali ante Taso mi ale li pali Mi canale pali ante Danila mi pali E ale mi
Toki mi asutan, siinä pilenessä me, siinä tavana sisemme, mitä vanna sille, siinä tavana sisämällä, mi muteliken toki, siinä sona älä ei ole, mi oilusille. Siinä ville sola eni, mi pali emu sila, mi moku ei pärssä moli, etelo mute ei moku ala, siinä ville fiilin eni, mi nasari pakala, tempo mutelilillä, mi avesitelellä, mi kama joi musilon, ilo nampa mi pali kättä kenillä, mi kama pili mokukin, onari jo ala ikon, onari jo nasa taso, mi muteli toki sama, ilo mammo sio, mio linja sili, ei linjano sipi mio esitellä naven. Lolu kavami mio esona sulila, meli mili maseme, mio melila. Mi pili neke tanseme, musi sikelo milo sitele, onari pona tavami. Tonk tavani jo aven toki, onari pona tavami. Unpa emmeli sinä, onari pona tavami. Mukei versa moli jälä, onari ike tavami. Musi sikelo milo sitele, onari pona tavami. Tonk tavani jo aven toki, onari pona tavami. Unpa emmeli sinä, onari pona tavami. Mukei versa moli jälä, onari ike tavami. Ville havel, lommani mitä vaan. Kella mi toki lon tempo kama. Kella mi toki jäällä tempo niillä siinä vielä toki eni tava pola.
Janaleli viila, janaleli sona. Feelin li sui, feelin la lasa. Jan sotan liike, jan anteli pona. Feelin li suli, feelin lutala. Mi sona ei toki, mi sona ei muute. Utala liike, utala liike. Mi sona ei oli, mi sona li kute. Ei toki pona, ei toki ike. Mi pali e toki, mi pali e musi. Yanala kute, he musi mumi. Mi pali e sita, lanli alla sui. Yanala wila e kalamami. Mi oli ne meli, tamasa vipona. Ona li veka, ona li seve. Mi oli ne meli, la luki ne ona. Mi pove ale, pli pasitami. Li ala, li toki nasa. Sitelen li con li lon toka pona. Pona li aike, pona li pasila. Mi anpai wile, mi anpai sona.
Next up, Io Poka and Toki Pona by Astrodona.
Toki, nimi pi mute li kin li lon toki pona. Nimi wan li ken sama nimi mute pi toki ante. Jan sin li wile sona e toki pi anante la, jan kurupu li toki mute e ni. Io poka di pana e sona. Taso a io poka di seme, mi o pana e sona. Sona toki la, io poka suli tu wan li lon. Io lon poka, en toki poka, en sona poka li io ni. Opena, mi pana e sona pi io lon poka. Nimi kili li ken kili mute. Taso, mi yo e kili wan lon luka, li toki e ni, mi moku e kili ni, la yan li sona e ni, kili ni li kili sike loye ni. Mi wile ala pali e nimi sin tawa kili alita ni, ona li io lon poka. Ma kin en tomo kin li io lon poka. Olu kin, yan li lon tomo awin pi tomo tawa linja. Yan wan li toki e ni, tomo li kama. Yan ante li sona e ni, tomo ni, li tomo tawa linja wan, li tomo ante ala. Io nimi li lon poka la, yan li ken sona pona e io ni. Io lon poka li suli mute tawa toki pona. Tan io lon poka la, yan mute li toki e ni, kepeken pi toki pona li lon ni e yan e pilin yan. Taso, io ni taso li pana ala pana e sona pinimi ale a, pana ana. Ken la, io pi wile toki li lon ala poka. Kama la, mi pana e sona pi toki poka. Ala. Ala a, mi toki e seme. Sina sona ala. Taso, mi o pana e toki poka. Sina wile ala wile moku. Ala. Tempo ni la, sina sona e ni. Mi toki e ni mi ala. La mi pana e sona ni. Mi wile ala moku. Toki poka li lon ala la. Ni mi ala li nasa li pana ala e sona. Toki poka li suli mute. Kin la okute e ni mi ni. Sike li lili. Sike li seme a. Mi pana e toki poka. Tomo tawa mi li tawa wawa ala tan ni. Sike li lili. Sike li sike pi tomo tawa. Mi lukin e musi utala lon ma. Musi ni la sike li lili. Sike li sike musi lili. Mun li sike e ma suli ni. Sike li lili. Sike li nasin tawa mun. Ni li sike mute a. Mi o ale e sike lon ni la toki poka li wile kin. Yan li kute pona e toki poka la, kon pinimi wan li ken kama ante mute. Toki poka li suli mute. Tenpo ni la, sina sona e io pi io lon poka e io pi toki poka. Taso, io poka nan pa tu wan li lon. Kama la, mi pana e sona pi sona poka. Ni mi ante li sona kulupu. Yan lawa mute li lon. Taso, yan lawa wan li yan seme. Mi lon ma mewika la, ken la ona li yan lawa pi ma mewika. Li yan io piten. lon ma yuke la, ken la jan lawa li jan poli jonsen. Tenpo ante la, jan lawa li ken jan ante. Taso, mi tuli sona e jan lawa pi ma wan, la mi ken toki pona e io ona. Nimi ona en ona li sona poka. Kin la, jan lawa li lawa e seme, jan lawa pini li lawa e ma suli. Taso, milon tomo esun suli la, ken la jan lawa li lawa e tomo esun anu kulupu esun. Mi toki e io pi musi sike la, ken la jan lawa li jan pi awen nasin. Toki ante la, nimi mute li lon tawa jan lawa ante ni. Io lon poka en toki poka li ken pana e sona mute. Taso, jan lawa ni li lon poka ala. Mi toki ala e nimi ona e io lawa ona. Sona poka li pana e sona. Lon toki pini ni. Mi awen sona e jan lawa wan tan ni. Mi ale li sona e ni. Jan lawa ante mute li lon. Li lawa ante e io ante. Sona poka anu sona kulupu li suli tawa toki pona. Tempo ni la, sina sona e io poka suli tu wan. Li sona e ni. Ona li suli mute tawa kepeken pi toki pona. Nimi mute li lon ala la, io poka li pana e sona mute. Li ken e ni, mi wile ala pali e nimi sin. Taso o sona e ni, io poka ni li nasin wan taso. Jan pi sona toki li awen kama sona e sona pi io poka. Taso, nimi tu wan ni li pona tawa sina la, o kepekene ona. Jan aleo, mi wile e tenpu suno pona pi toki pona tawa sina. Hi there! Toki pona is a language with very few words. One word can translate into several in any other language. When beginners first try to understand conversation, they'll usually be met with the saying, "Context will tell you everything." But what is context? Let's find out. In linguistics, there's three major types of context: physical context, linguistic context, and general knowledge context. To start with, let's take a look at physical context. The word kili can mean any fruit or vegetable, but if I have a fruit in my hand and say, "I'll eat this kili," we can understand that kili here means apple. We don't need to make a new word for every fruit, we can point to the physical context. Places and buildings are also physical context. For example, if we're at a train station and someone says the tomo is coming, everyone will get that tomo means train and not a car or tiny house. If what we're referring to is nearby, it's easy to figure it out. Physical context plays a major role in toki pona, and because of that, people tend to say that using toki pona grounds you in the present moment. However, does physical context account for everything we say? Nope. It may be the case that what we want to talk about isn't on hand. For this next segment, let's look at linguistic context. Ala. No. No, what? You don't know? But let's try that again. Are you hungry? Ala. Now we understand that the word no or ala conveys the message, No, I'm not hungry. If we didn't have that linguistic context, that other part of the conversation, no would just make us confused. In addition, try this one. What is a sike? A sike could be any round object, so let's add some context. My car isn't fast because the sike are small. Here, sike are, you guessed it, wheels. I watched an outdoor sport. In it, the sike was small. Here, sike is a baseball or other small sports ball. The moon orbits this Earth. The sike is small. Here, sike is the moon's orbit. That's a lot of words for sike. If we don't have those sike next to us, we need linguistic context. When one pays attention to the conversation, the meaning of a word can change a lot. Linguistic context is crucial. Now you know about physical and linguistic context, but there's a third I want to discuss, so let's move on to general knowledge context, also known as common ground. There are many yan lawa or leaders, but which is which? If we're in the USA, maybe the yan lawa is Joe Biden. In the UK, maybe we're talking about Boris Johnson. And as times change, the specific yan lawa changes too. But if we stay in the loop, then it's easy to talk about different yan lawa. They are part of our general knowledge context. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What does this or that leader actually lead? We just talked about the yan lawa of countries, or presidents and prime ministers. But if we're in a company building, maybe the yan lawa is the CEO of the company. If we're talking about a baseball game, maybe the yan lawa is the umpire who upholds the rules of the game. The physical and linguistic context can tell us a lot, but these leaders are not right here, right now. In Toki Pona, we know which yan lawa we're talking about because we tend to know who and what kind of person leads what thing. We know that Boris Johnson is not the current umpire of Microsoft, and just because English has more nuanced words for these things, that doesn't mean we'll be lost without them. The general knowledge context, or common ground, is important in Toki Pona. So now you know all three major types of context and how important they are when you speak in Toki Pona. In a language with few words, the context allows us to stay on the same page without having to make up new words. But please do keep in mind that this is only one explanation of context. Linguists are actually still making new theories about it. But if you appreciate the terms here and find them useful, then by all means use them. Thank you all for joining and have a happy Toki Pona Day!
Hello, I'm Yankepe, and if you're hearing this, then it's already too late. This message will self-destruct in 3 seconds. Okay, if you're hearing this, then I unfortunately couldn't make it to Suno Pitoki Pona. Might have been an audio setup issue, or it might have been something else. But anyways, this is pre-recorded, and I wanted to show you all my first ever Toki Pona song. It's called Toki A, but before that, I want to say a few things. First, I'll be performing with Keika in exactly an hour and 45 minutes, so if I couldn't make it here, then I might be there. Second is I'm trying to not advertise too hard, but my channel that I made specifically for Toki Pona music is called Yankepe. I'll probably drop the link somewhere. Third, excuse my horrible singing. I didn't have time to like pitch correct it, or like I made the song in like one day. It was really rush made. But yeah, with that out of the way, here's my first song, Toki A. Toki a mi kama tawa mafi musikala mami yo e pali sin la yano kute eni nasa ami sin li namako mi kin li sin la mi sona ala e nasin taso iyo wan li sona mi yo namako e toki a. Open la mi looking ni pona pali musi mi kute eni ale la mi sona inasi no nami kama tawa sona ni semeli pona tawa ya mi awe ne sonani taso iyo wan li sona toki mio sama ala o sama kalama ante ala oyo e kuleo na o taso lo nasi no na o toki ni lon poka mi kama tawa sona ni semeli pona tawa yan la ale o kute eni kalama musi ale mi. Hello, can you hear me? I think so. Yeah, that was. I had to do it pre-record, unfortunately, because everything decided to die last second. So I still have more time in my slot, but nilipon na tao sinala. Lukin nilipumilon. Yes, it's all promotion. Can you send the link to? Yeah, I should do that. I will self promote now that I'm asked to. One moment. Have this up. Okay, there we go. There's my channel. There's no videos yet. I'm still gonna upload this. I'm still gonna do some more like mixing. This is completely unmixed. I need to mix this and then I'll upload it. I really wanted to do this live, but unfortunately, just the entire setup broke. And there's more people who are gonna use this, so I need to fix it in the 2 hours. All right. Suno po na tayo yan, ale. All right, yeah, I guess resume the other music. Let's get the bot in here. It's like,
Évek teltek el. It's been a while. Évek teltek el. A hajam is megnőtt már. Elhallgathattam magam, 2019 is eljött már. Több nyelvet használtam, nem értették a mágiám. Időközben változtam, az írás lett a mániám. Versek, slam poetry, rap nyelvkönyv és novellák. Dalszövegek, programok, skriptek, balladák. Visszatértem gyorsan, jössz meg, komókai mókuk kámálám. Minnál a színnál látszal a mimuteli buszék állámá. I'm back. Tempo pini lami pini, tempo kama lami kama pini, taso tempo ni lami pali mute. Tempo kama lami seme, tempo pini lami kepeken ilo nem papili aveni mumi. Tempo ni lami wile nasa, tempo nili tempo pidi tempo kama da kala mai keli. Tempo kama lami siteleni lipu toki pona tava jampi pulipu mi vile siteleni io pili pona e. Évek teltek kulupu. Kulupu toki ponali kama suli jam prisona emili wille sona ala eli pumi mikä pekeni mi pililon musinita ni mi pilineni ni mi pilili pona kruuta eian pami siinä wille ala lau kepeken ala siinä wille ala o kepeken pakala pitokien sitelenen ijoen ilo visszatérek a magyarra mert úgy érzem ez így jó. Tempo pini lami pini, tempo kama lami kama pini, taso tempo ni lami pali mute. Tempo kama lami seme, tempo pini lami kepeken ilo nem papili aveni mumi. Tempo ni lami wile nasa, tempo ni tempo pidi tempo kama da kala mai keli. Tempo kama lami siteleni lipu toki pona tava jampi pulipu mi wile siteleni io pili pona ila vami pili pakala.
Solitava mio e sinulon tempoale silloin sinä oli sillointe sinä on toki tuo mitani kalamaalla liiketava sinä on Tokio Auella alle linja pillili Lonten popimia Milan siinä Lonten ponimihen sinä li Tokiutalallon Tempo pinitani olin pitu tässä oli ala tässä miuille olin Tannian olin liikenalle Olen lon supamoko olen li sama lipu Liiken pokia teelo oli ponekon Mi uile ponella miksone ale onelon mi Taas on siinä uile ale ja uutelalla Auen jan sama o pilin monsuta ala Tawajan sevian ante o pilin nialla Tawajanan pona tuli uille ala moli E siinä tuli jo e moli siinä Pilin li pona li suno li sike Tas oli mute ala Jan pona Milana sinala lilon Tas on naisen nilinassa muuten Olukineni Jan melili pakala Sinä luken Ekamani tän seme Olen lon supamoko Olen li sama lipu Liiken pokia teelo oli ponekon mi wile pona la mi sona ale ona lon mi taso sina wile ale utela la olen la lon lilon.
Mi pilin e pilin sama ala yanale mi kenala ante eni la mi pilin ike pilin mili pokilon mi lon tempo mute mi wile pini eni mi kenala ton seme mi wile eni pilin mili kamana saala nila lon mili kama pona ami sona emi ona iken pona emi taso nili tempo kama tempo lon ami pilinante lon tempo ale nili ike mute tawa mi wile pona lon tempo lona mi wile pilin sin. Mi wile toki tason imili pokilon mi lonin sami mi ken ala toki tawa sinatan hila mi pini inikea mi pini nasa mi pini pona ala Toki, mi ankepi. Tenpo pinila, sina kute e kalama musi sinmi. Nimi onali, mi pilin ante. Onali kalama wanon kulupu kalama sinmi. Nimi kulupuli, mi wile. Mi pali e onalon tenpo mun pini luka tu. Kulupu nili kamalon tenpo suno tu. Nili suno pi toki pona. O kute e kalama musi ante tan kulupu ni pilin tonsi. Kalama mini iketawami. Mi wile ante e ni taso mi kenala kalama mili pona tawa onale taso mi wile pona eni pilini ketonsi mi wile weka eni non tempo ale pilini ketonsi taso onale ya welon mi cielo mini iketawami mi wile ante eni taso mi kenala taso mi amen non taso ke mutela kela mi ante eni pini ketonsi tempo kama Tasulila onali weka pili ni ketonsi tempodo na mi pili ni ke mi sona ini sina toki tawa mi ke peken ni mi pi wile mila mi pilin pona taso pilin ni awenala pilin ni tawa weka mi wile eni linya pi cielo mili wekata soni li ken ala alheni li kela mi pili ni ke ala mi pili neni pilin pona tonsi pilin ni lalon mi li kama pona pilin pona tonsi mi wile eni lon mi li awen pona. Sina pona tani, sina kute e kalama musi mi. Sina wile sona I io pi kalama musi mi la, o toki tawa mi lon ilos tiko. Kin la, sina ken lukin e kalama musi ante mi lon lipu yutu. O awen pona. All right. So that was my music. And yeah, I have been working on that for like 9 months because I am very unmotivated about this stuff. Like I'm terrible at like making like actual music, but with I'm good at singing. So yeah, that was the only part that went by quickly about this. And so yeah, if you have any questions about the song or like stuff like that, you can DM me on Discord. And yeah. Also, yeah, I'm really nervous right now because yeah. Okay, so I want to shout out some people who have like really helped me in my toki pona and music making journey. So first of all, Jan Misali for introducing me to the whole thing. And also for being the inspiration for my first toki pona cover, Kulupu Yan Tenpo, which is still my most popular video. And also Yan Usawi, who is like one of my favorite toki pona artists. And like literally I love their music so much. Like I heard about them first when they released Tao del Nina, and that song is such a bop. I listened to it for 7 hours straight, and yeah, I viewed that video over 200 freaking times because I love it so much. Anyway, yeah. And another shout out to Keika because I recently got into her music and it is really good. It's like her music is like a reminder that I don't have to be like perfect in like when I make my music. Like I thought, oh, this is gonna be like some of the only original music that I release. I want to make it perfect. But like I see that like I don't have to make it perfect for it to be good in the eyes of other people. That's one thing that has like really helped me about this. And yeah. Also, Toki Pona, like the language in general, if I hadn't learned it, then I don't know where it'd be because like Toki Pona allows me to express things, feelings about myself that I can't talk about otherwise because sometimes words are hard. You know, that's just how it is. But with this language, it makes it a whole lot easier. And yeah, that is that. Also, I will be showing I'll be showing the same video again and hopefully talking about different things later. which it will be near the end of the event, I think. So yeah, that is cool. And yeah, so yeah. Oh yeah, and also shout out everyone who helped me with grammar and stuff when writing the lyrics of the songs. So yeah. Also want to talk a little bit about like the process of making the EP. It was originally only supposed to have, or it was supposed to have more songs, but I scrapped 2 of them. One of them because it didn't really fit the vibe of what the EP was about unless you looked at the lyrics in a really specific metaphorical way. And then the other one was just, yeah, too long, or not too long, but it was like taking too long to produce, and I barely had anything for those other 2 songs, so I just decided to scrap them. But I really like how it turned out, and yeah, they'll be on my YouTube channel in like 2 days. And when that happens, yeah, I'm also releasing them on Bandcamp and Spotify, Apple Music, all the streaming services basically. So you can listen to them. And yeah, that is probably everything I wanted to say. So yeah. Okay.
Mio, compona mio, compona mio, compona o pilimpona. Mio, compona mio, compona mio, compona o pilimpona. O kama karama, o kama karama, o kama karama o pilimpona. O kama karama, o kama karama, o kama karama o pilimpona. Yan sama o pona in sao 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 Semmoisella milloin tomommi. Sona ale pimi rami looking at telosuli mi sona ala etana mi wile any mi meli lili pona ona tasumi tawa telo pali mili suli ala tawa nuka ale ala sa ale nasi mi ale li tawa lon mi sona mi can ala tawa mi wile tawa Minya pisa mi tero li toki o kama Yanala li sona esuli ona Koni awa na monsi mi na mi sona heni Mi tawa la mi Sona ala tawa suli anu lili ami Sona eni yana lepi mani lipi limpona iuane li sewi Ami sona eni yana lepi mani lipali suli Kana miken palikin Miken lawa pona miken kama wawa Misamaya nante la mi pilimpona Taso kala mainsa lituki ante Masami
Pali mute te lo bikini no ye Kiritan alasasin Miyo namute Okama yo ekini Okipisi e ona Kiri lo ye kiri ye lo kosumi moku wa Mimoku e ni no te boa le la mi kama wa sama ona mi le si yalo mi e kama wa Mimoku mute te lo bikini no ye Nami ampa ala tawa ona mi kama wa Talasuni yana le oyomusi Ni kama sona nami antelili Sona lempi seri Disite lemon pilini Ken pali en guawali Sona utala Kepeka nimi wa watawa ona Lemi kamasu ni lon temponi Miri le kamae yo e yampuna mute Yan ale omoku e Te lo bikini no ye Kama sona e pali lon tempo ale
Ayo. Toki.
Tawoki. Oh my god. Tawoki. Hi.
Mian,
Oh,
Nicoleta, wow.
No, we can't do the call.
Cafe is trying to call us. ¿Dónde está?
Hello.
Cafe? Hello. All right.
Mhm.
My Toki Pona speaking is super slow at best, so I'm gonna just explain to this in English. I have been making a new Toki Pona EP, and it's the highest produced music that I've made in Toki Pona. It's trying to match the production work of my English songs. I was hoping to release it in time, but some of the collaborators, it hasn't been working out, so it might have to wait until the end of the month, or maybe even later. I'd like to hope otherwise. But it's very cool. These two, Kepe and Usawi, they're going to be singing with me on these songs. The last one is a collaboration between me and Mrs. Ling herself. She did not want to sing with me right now because it is very scary. I understand, so I will be doing that one alone. And I don't know what chat to check for if people are even hearing. Oh my god, many of my favorite musicians. Yeah! Okay, I'm in the right chat. Alright.
Alright.
Alright, hold on. I'm setting up.
In my
the
top
thing.
one
Yeah,
musicians
hang on.
category, that's pretty based. Thank you. Shout out to Keika, whoever that is. JK
Oh yeah,
lol.
Keika is
That's me.
extremely based mute.
Thank you. And yeah, we have some other Keika. That is just my online username. Yan Alula.
Mhm.
It means nothing. Hey, I'm in your top 3, but I should be number 1 because I was here pretty early on. Not to flex or anything. I paved the road. Anyways.
Aleliante. Before there was Alente, there was Aleliante. We can't.
I'm like the boomer of Toki Pona music.
Oh my god. What gen am I? Am I?
You're the Okay, you're a millennial and Kepe is Gen Z.
I can concur.
Also, shout out to Yan Soya who talked about my English music based. Okay, Kepe, is everything working?
Everything should be working if you go to the link.
Okay.
I sent the different link. Group chat.
Yeah.
All right. So
also, if it just like randomly crashes and doesn't work, I'm so sorry. I really tried. So
yeah,
I'd like to give a
whatever happens, we're gonna make this a fun time. That's what matters. At the
I'd
end
like
of
to
the
give
day.
a shout out for Kepe, his insane coding skills.
Oh yeah, no, for real.
Because everyone talks about like, oh, why can't we have a program where we can play together online? And then this bitch, he made it work. He used the coding knowledge.
Yeah, no, for real.
And yeah, literally, like we are able to play together using this program.
It's insane.
So you would have never expected to have like a real live. This is literally a Toki Pona band. Also,
Yeah.
Yan Aki, I'm going to be 20 tomorrow, so you're not wrong. Everybody say happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Sunapona Tawasina.
Wow,
yeah. Tawasina. Sunapona ya Nicoleto. Sunapona Tawasina. Fun fact about that birthday song that I just came up with off the top of my head is you could sing it literally any day to any person. It's just have a good day.
Yeah, have a good day.
This is amazing.
Have a good day. Right, any day,
Thank
any
you for the
person.
birthday wishes. I will be 20 in like 5 hours.
Happy
again.
day.
Happy day. It's like saying understandable, have day. Yeah, Kepe literally coded together a program.
Yeah.
And get this, there's like a whole like syncing thing, and you can see all 3 of our waveforms at the same time.
It's crazy.
And you do some like funky bullshit, and then you make them all line up together. And then once that's done,
So
the
everyone's
recording
stuff
it
gets
took a lot of
the
effort.
exact amount.
See, me and Yan Soya are on the same wavelength because I was like freaking out.
And I unintentionally
made it seem like it was broken when it wasn't.
Yeah, we were. I was
I kept
panicking
hitting
over
the wrong
the
button.
last 2 hours. Why isn't it
It's-
working?
it's
I was going to
incredible
die on stage. All right. Is everyone? Did it load for everyone?
Yes. So what's happening on our end, just so you guys know, is that
Mhm.
there is a backing track for all of us to listen to, just so that it all makes sense. Like, even like, of course, it's not going to be synced via Discord, but for you all, it will be because it's epic like that.
I think we should go to like a private call so we can just let the program play the audio.
Yep.
Don't care. Plus L, plus ratio,
Oh,
plus your
dude.
name's Kepe, plus EK, plus Yaki.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest. I have no clue if it's gonna play through this bot. If you go ahead and watch the stream, everything should be good over there.
Yan pona tuli tawa noka, lon mapi kasi suli. Ona li tawa noka mute, li kama luken e kasi pi suli nan pawan. Kasi suli ni li pona luken mute, taso ona li monster luken kin. Yan wan li luken luka e kasi ni, taso yan ante li toke ni tawa yan wan. O ala a, ni li kasi tomo pi soko soli. Soko soli, ni mini li ken ala iyo lon. Ona li lon a, o luken.
Na ni soko suali kasi sulon na unang liwi kaseli nasa sinapakalala unang sa maseli liya pa suliya soko suali.
Yan wan li toki ni sina nasa ni soko lon kasi taso suali nasa sama ni lon ala ona ni lon kila sina ike pili ne soko suali la ona ni kama amba ike pakalai sina ala o luki ni luka ai kasi nila io sina ala li kama lon o luka ala luka pi kasi tomo ona li ike pili ne soko suali yan ni luka li kasi kila soko suali li kama amba
Taso olikina ni soko suali kasi sulon la unang liwi kaseli taso sinapakalala unang li sa maseli liya pa suliya soko suali. Ni lai lansan ni kama toki ni sina toki e solo sawali o pili min suta ala yan na wi toka ni mi pili naman suta ala kin la yan ante li toki ni taso sina o pilin mansuta ken la soko suele li kama lon tempo kama poka kin la yan sin li toki ni soko suele li kama la ona li kena la pakala sina lona la ona li pua mute li tawa noka kepeken tepo mute taso soko kiete sontaku lu sino pilin mansuta tanona ona li oe taso tan sewi pikasi suli la soko suali toki ni sino toki ni mi pusuli suali ke mi sino pilin ni ke soko suali ya Oh, looking honey, this no good so early. Cause it's still long, lala, when I do silly. That's a sin of lala, on a lisa, my silly. The opposite, so good so early. Oh, looking at me, so good so early. Cause it's still long, lala, on a lyric, silly. That's a sin of lala, on a lasa, my silly. The opposite, so good so early.
Woo! I might have gone off time.
That's okay, so did I.
Yeah, we did it!
Did it work? Did the program work?
Certified Bob. Yeah, Mr. Willy Long.
Did that work? Did it work?
Listen!
Woo! Let's
The
go!
chat right now.
Go, Ellie.
Did it work? It worked. Okay, cool. That Yan Oka, we used a custom program to make that work and like be in sync, and that was
Basically,
oh my
it's
god.
like it takes all of our like laptop audio and it lets us individually like counteract the offset from everyone else's.
So what you
it's
heard was like
wild.
it was the world's first live Toki Pona band. You just
Right.
witnessed history.
Scattered across where, like, what time, like, how far apart are all of us? Like,
Kepe's
A
in
lot,
Egypt.
like, I'm in
New
Egypt.
Mexico.
right?
and
I'm in
then-
like East Coast. Right.
Yeah.
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 Hit from Super Smash Melee.
Why didn't that software exist already? That's so good. See,
No, for real.
me
It's so
too,
good. Like,
happy.
yeah, I know I tried with like some other Tokipona people to like find a software that would let you like collaborate live because I know that stuff exists, but all of them were bad and or not free and or
Well, to
not
be
free
stupid,
and
innit?
bad.
Yeah.
I realized that I included the and after saying and or.
Lipa Manka,
yo.
if you want to play with me, please fucking DM me. I need people to play with. I want collaborators.
Yes.
Literally fucking DM me. And also, anybody in this chat can DM me and be like, can I play with
Lipa
Kika?
Manka, we did that.
Oh
my god.
Kepi, you DM me too. All of you.
Yes.
Anybody who wants a collaboration.
Yes. We have been working on Soko Soeli in Ableton and we've been like sending files back and forth and there's like cool guitar stuff that I can't do because I only have one guitar and two hands as I made a point of earlier today. But when this is finally released, there's going to be so much fun guitar and so much fun bass and like drums and maybe like multiple voices for each character. It's going to be awesome. Thank you so much, Keika.
Of course.
Like, for real.
It's an honor. You're part of the new gen cool fucking Tokipona
It's an honor
artist.
back at you.
Yeah.
Fucking Mama Pi Aleliante.
Me mama.
Indeed.
Also, I'm gonna put it in chat. People who want to collab with me, DM me. Like literally.
Yeah.
Finally, somebody DM me.
Woo.
Right.
Thank you, Kepi.
Do we do the other song? I think we're out of time, but
we are out of time.
It should be okay
it
because
took that long
the
already?
next. I have no idea. I think we
My
can
games are
fit
disabled.
the other two songs.
How do I fix that? I'll friend all of you. How do I friend you? I'll friend Lipa Manka.
Right. We should be able to fit the other two songs in 15 minutes, and we're fine because the event after is being delayed anyway. So.
I'm gonna tawa, but I'll be listening, and I love
Okay,
y'all
okay.
so much. This
Ti
has been
amo.
such
Mwah.
a wonderful ordeal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Woo!
Privacy's Toki. Thank you. Bye. Toki Pona sort of a menu allow direct messages. I think it should be like that. My Discord's in Italian, so I forget the exact translation, but envia un messaggio quando wait no. I'll just take a screenshot of it. If I'm wrong, then somebody can bug me.
Okay, should we
I'm
go
getting
in?
some. Okay, so okay, so I guess we're delaying, so we should probably just get right to it. The next thing we're going to be doing is another song with just
Names of the songs?
No. That first song was called
Should we say?
Socosoweli.
This one is called Te lo Tempo.
Te lo Tempo. Okay, I'm getting a lot of DMs now. Finally, but I'm gonna stop responding so I can actually focus on our next song.
We are having technical issues. Hold on. All right, let's go in a DM call to do this.
Oh shit. Oh, okay. Bye bye.
Hello, everyone's setting up at the moment, so I guess I've been asked to stall for a solid minute. I have no idea what to say. I hope everyone's doing good. Yeah, this only takes just a moment, so yeah.
Haha, we're live. La mi can pone mania. Mio e nasmuto. Io ni pizza lo tempo di summertime. Animi la pilicina li samala. Mi can pona tasu pona via semea. Mi can see tasu sleepy nasi semea.
Miante la pimania. Selili kamako ale ale namako. I forgot the lyrics. I'm so sorry. Weka emita ni wile ala awelon weka tenpo ni a.
Summertime, animi la pilicina li samala. Mi can pona tasu pona via semea. Mi can sili tasu sili nasi semea. Yani pizza lo tempo di summertime, animi la pilicina li samala. Mi can pona tasu pona via semea. Mi can sili tasu sili nasi semea.
Hello. Hello again. Oh, I need to invite. I have to. There you go.
Why does it start typing, huh? You really had to do me like that.
That was a performance. I just forgot. I just straight up forgot the lyrics.
Okay, it's alright. I have one more song, and this one, Kepe, you can deafen because this one is just me.
Right.
So can I start now?
Yeah.
Because I know we're behind. Okay, I'll keep the distortion on. I was gonna switch to chorus, but I don't care. Anyways, so hello. I have one more song left that you did. First, you heard Soko Saweli with me, Wisawi, and Kepe, and now you just heard Telo Tempo with me and Kepe, and finally we have one that's just me. Well, Sonia is there, but not yet because it wasn't recorded yet, and I'm gonna finish the song later. I was gonna upload the thing by today, but then I didn't. Anyways, this song is called Miyaki. Mi wile weka Taso mi wile toki Tawasina Mi wile pana Taso mi ike Miyaki mi nasa Mi wile eseme Mi wile suna esina Sina kalama lili tawani Mi sonala Mi sonala esina Si alumili wile awen Saso komi wile latte Vi ovene nasintane Nikanate
On the stream?
Mi pilin pona Ni lisin Sinatsuki Tawami La misona Misona Sasui feeling nili awala Sio mili vile awa Sasuko mili vile ape Mi opene nasinta Mi cannot tell Tempo ni amianta Sasamiru talasin Ikanante mute Yonpin Igekin Cielo mili awan Sasuko mili wile latte Mi ofene nasintani Mi kenate Mi nasala Linya sili ponala Mi fakalala Lansing muteli ponala That song is called Miyaki. Okay.
I just remembered. So I did a pre-recorded, like I showed my song, but it was pre-recorded because the audio setup wasn't working. But now that it's working, I can actually do it live if people are interested. It'll be like 3 minutes. I know we're already almost out of time, but
thank you, Jan. So yeah. So I kind of like right after I got off work, I just started working with Kepe. So not to flex, but I'm kind of hungry. I will check the VOD for this later because I am hungry. Sorry, Kepe, I love you, but pasta is more important right now. Can we get some pasta in the chat before I go? Thank you, Yanisali. Let's see. Actually, no. Get everybody. Alola, Kata, Alana, Pompon, Sonia, Teluta, Api, Kumi, Zolax, Misali, Soya. Pasta! Good! Somebody said it. Okay. Alright, my life is complete now. Kepe, do your thing.
Alright. I have another awkward minute of silence as I download quickly actually. Alright. Let's see. Toki ami kama tawa mapi musikala mami yo itali sina yano kute eni nasa ami sini namako mi kini sin lami sona ala inasin taso iyo wan li sona mi yo namako toki Open la mi lukin ni pona pipali musimi kute eni ale la mi sona inasi no nami kama tao sona ni semeli pona tao yan Oine sona ni tasu iyo wali sona toki mio sama ala o sama kalama ante ala Oyo e kule o na o taso lo nasi no na o toki nilon poka mimi kama tao sona ni semeli pona tao yan la ale o kute ni kalama musi ale mi awen lili makan suli lami kentana musi senon lipo mipi ili tunili kala mami napa opula nala nilipona la otoki eni tawa mi atempo kama lami yo pali yanti toki yanti sikala manamako pona I don't know if that worked at all. Right, cool, it worked. Okay, we've used like a lot of time. I think we're late by 15 minutes, so next up is Yankekan-san with concepts in Tokipona.
Me or
yeah, you're up in 3, 2, 1.
Oh hey.
Sorry for delaying.
No problem. All right. Hello, crowd. This is the third and final of my lessons that I'm going to be giving today, and this one is going to be a little bit more exploration of the concepts and translation one that I gave earlier today, the first one I gave today. So when I looked at that lesson, something I noted was that all of the concepts I looked at were very cleanly, here's a list of adjectives that apply to an object. But what if we had a larger, more complex concept that we wanted to express? Something we wanted to explain in full to a listener that doesn't really have a singular object we can just explain, right? Like, for example, what if we wanted to describe a basketball game? A basketball game is certainly a musi, at least in the simplest case. And yeah, you could totally start with, let's have a basketball up here. I think this is actually a baseball, but you know, who's counting? So basketball, definitely musi. There's a sike involved in it. There's two teams. Let's see. let's see, the teams are normally of specific colors, or more exactly, their jerseys are specific colors. So, kulupu, la. Let me write correctly. Kule, ante, li, lon. That didn't quite fit. Oh well. Right, and we can go on like this for quite a while. We can go on to describe the rules of a basketball game. We can go on to describe the shape and size of the field. And that's exactly what we're here to do. So let's have a look at each of these different concepts and a couple more and express them as though we're talking to somebody who doesn't really know what basketball is. Because ultimately, that's the kind of expression you need in Toki Pona to communicate effectively. You need to be able to break down your thinking into these core concepts that express what is as though you were teaching it for the first time. So let's go from there. First off, we have our sike, the cool basketball at the center of the game, and we can describe what happens to it during the course of the game. For example, yan li yo e sike la. And one of the most common things you might want to think about is the course of the game, the goal of the game. And yeah, we can talk about the literal actual goals. If somebody has the ball, ona o pana. Actually, not ona here. Let's use yan. You'll see why in just a moment. Yan o pana e ona. Ona being now the sike. Tawa. Lupa. And as in my first lesson, we're already starting to realize that there's a couple different ways this can branch out, right? We've introduced the lupa, which is, of course, just a hole, but also the closest approximation for the goals at the end of either side of the court. We're also kind of glossing over the fact that there's a specific context in which a person who has the ball actually wants to seek out the goal, right? Because, of course, there's only one goal that a specific team is trying to score on. So, yeah, we can continue exploring the lupa, explaining the purpose of that, how it looks. And so let's do that. We have our person with the ball. They have to give it to the lupa. So we can say lupa li lon palisa sewi. Yan o tawa sewi. Tawa pana. So here's one example of how you can further that expression. In this case, we're explaining where the lupa is. And of course, somebody who might be looking at a basketball goal or a basketball court could certainly see what you're referring to. But we will have to go back to that as well. But we have context for where the goal is. And we can say the person must, here we say move upwardly. In this case, you could take it to mean the person has to jump, or it could also refer to the ball, right? So we could more properly tack in a tawasewi e sike. As in, they have to up move it, they have to throw it to properly score. Or you could, again, remove that with my initial thinking of it being, oh, you could also jump to get it up into the goal. Either way, again, we have this web almost of different concepts we can explore in the process of the game. Let's see, let's go to another one. What about the teams themselves? Now, I personally don't actually know quite how many people are on a basketball team. Certainly there's a fair number, but we can say quite easily. Yan mute li lon kulupu. And then ona li yo e len kule tawa kulupu ona. Gracious, my handwriting. Yeah. So in this case, we express the divisions of the teams. There's many people on each team, and each person on those teams has a colorful cloth, their uniform, which is colored in the context of or for their team, right? And that's just like division of who is on the field. We can talk about what each person might be doing, which of course we did with the goal. But you can see how this process of explaining a concept in Tokipona, again, expands out toward what all these little details are in a concept. There's no cut and dry way to say, this is basketball, except for in English with the proper noun, this is basketball. But in Tokipona, of course, we do not have a word basketball or anything similar. But we do have lots of words that can explain all the little parts of basketball. And so I'm going to leave that there and go on to another example. But certainly that is something useful. So my next thought was, what if we wanted to express the idea of a haunted house? Big fan favorite of the Halloween season. Well, in a haunted house, we can start with the expression of the house itself, right? What is it in the first place? Well, obviously, a haunted house is a tomo. Usually, they're colored very darkly. They're pimea. They often have relationships with, they're related to dead things. There's often drawn or placed with dead trees, or even with ghosts, especially ghost stories associated. And that's actually something else. Often your classic haunted house has stories associated with it. Stories could be, say, toki, especially since these kind of stories tend to be passed down by word of mouth. Let's see. There's usually, in those stories, yan, and the yan moli question mark? Lanpan question mark? There's some kind of backstory to how this house got haunted in the first place. What else? Of course, we have one of the very nice Nimiku Suli to help us along here. And that would be Montuta, which is super, super convenient for expressing, yeah, this is a fearful place to be. And everybody on the block and maybe everybody in the city is scared of this place. That's why it's still standing, right? Nobody wants to go there. But all of these concepts and the divisions thereof, they belie the deeper thinking about like the concept of a haunted house. Because all of these things are descriptive of a haunted house, but they don't tell you what happens in a haunted house, right? They don't tell you who lives in a haunted house. They don't tell you the story of a haunted house. They just tell you that there is a story for that haunted house. So let's describe the scenario of walking into a haunted house, right? Let's clear that. So, as I noted in the previous lesson, it's generally best to think carefully about what head noun is most appropriate, but all of those head nouns that I proposed would be, to some degree, explanatory about it. But in this case, we can say, mi tawa insa tomo monsuta. And this is about to be the scariest experience of our lives. So, excuse me. So, mitawa inta tomo monsta. The very first thing that happens, the door closes behind me. Lupa lipini. Here, how about more carefully? Mi insa la lupa lipini lon monsi mi. And then the very next thing. How about you hear a crash from upstairs, like something is in the house and you didn't expect it. Mi kute la mi sona e ni. Yanlilon anu seme. And this can, of course, keep going and going. This is just the very first couple of seconds right inside of our haunted house. We have our loud crash. We have somebody's in the house. We have me absolutely terrified right inside the door. The description of experience in Toki Pona is incredibly exciting because it feels deeper almost than, I think, similar English expressions. Not to say that you couldn't get close with the magic of word painting. You certainly could. But I think the open-endedness of Toki Pona gives a lot to artistic expression. Right, so we just heard our crash. What next? Me looking. Lupa sin li kalama ike sama soeli lili. Here we go. Mi looking. Lupa sin li kalama ike sama soeli lili. There's another doorway. It slowly creaks open in the same sound as a small creature. And then mitawa lupa. Tomosin la. Tomosin la, excuse me. Suno wan taso. Lilon ilo moku lon supa. Here is an interesting case, and I really like this one. So let me reread it. Mitawa lupa. Tomosin la. Suno wan taso. Lilon ilo moku. Suno wan taso lilon ilo moku lon supa. Here we've walked into the kitchen. There's a single light shining on a knife, some kind of food tool, on the table. And that's the only context we have right now. And you can see how not only have we built up a scenario where the expression itself is clear, but the breakdown of all these different concepts crashing together in our haunted house, we also have left a lot to the imagination. We have certainly more room to grow, but we don't need to explain every little detail along the way. We can let the listener imagine. There's one spotlight on a knife in the middle of the table. How to get there? Who put it there? Why is there a light in this house? Nobody's lived here for years, right? And then, suno. Ooh, let me clear that and start again. My writing is atrocious. Suno li weka li kama sin. Let's see. Ilo li weka. Excuse me. Lipu li lon. Loye li lon ona. Here we go. Suno li weka li kamasin. Ilo li weka. Lipu. Excuse me. Lipu li lon. Excuse me. Dropped an in there. Suno li weka li kamasin. Ilo li weka. Lipu li lon. Loye li lon ona. And then, lilila mi tawa lipu. Mi pilin monsuta. And then we can insert a thought for our character. Lipu li tan seme. This is, I think, one of my favorite parts about expression, right? Because the open-endedness of it gives you a lot of power, a lot of expressive power. In the literal sense, sentences like these in Toki Pona are not all that frightening. Imagining talking about a haunted house in Toki Pona is, I think, not that scary as a concept. But while this does say, yeah, in the context of a little bit, I move to the book. We are here in a haunted house. We have all this context built up to explain how our character feels, where they are, what's gone on so far. And I think we can continue. Actually, would I like to continue? I think, honestly, I've expressed most of my point. No, in honesty, I think I am done at this point. I certainly could continue. The process of traveling into a haunted house, expressing the details of walking along through the haunted house, I could go all Tolkien and explain the creak of the floorboards below me, the dusty cobwebs in the corner. But the more time you spend to establish the context, the more you can rely on your listener. Because, of course, your listener has certainly lived a life. They know what things are in haunted houses. They've heard the stories. They've maybe even seen one for themselves, whether one acted or one that there was stories about on their own block. Which is also something that's incredibly cool about Toki Pona. The fact that you can rely on the experiences of your listener to give you, or to give them context for what you're saying. You can meet them halfway in your expression and in your stories. I'm going to go ahead and call it there. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you learned something interesting.
abile, tava samaya, monto. Onari musi tempo pineyala. Sina fila la kuteni non tempo suno. Onari akesi alari ike ala onari musi lili tamitaso. Nili tempo pimeya, nili pimeya loma, sina kanala. Kutei kalama, yananteli napeta mi sintele meio, mi vile sunaini. Onari senelon, tempo kamala kelami avene kalamani. Kenla mi pali e pili ni katava mamami. No kamiri kivenala, no kamiri kotaso. Pili mili suviala, pili mili kiventaso. Miken pilineale, miken piline pilin sinai. Kon sinai, oli sinai, kalamapi, grupu sina, mi vilela. Oneli tempo pimeä, tempo sunori kaamattavalla, mi filei vava alla nili nimi mutea. Koko mili lojakin, lava mili jo ala ei vava, onali ike, nili kuule ala. Munta soli ante valo, mi vile mutte läpettä sobi jo ala ei ilo, lava pie suno. Openi lupa nimi vile moku ei parissa moli, no tempo nimi vile mutte moku. Mikänä läpäni ei niillä tempo kamaralla mi pana veka, elava mi. Ondri busolita solo tempo primea Ondri tempo primea la babalita babeka Kule pika siki veli kella soa nova lo mi sona lai karabri Tena ona liva so hiempuna li lape Janasa nili sitelen mi vile palieli Ta solo nasi seme
Me orinecina. Will melanina sala. Will lanasta pilicina. Sono mi paglia sembra un tempo pieni lilita so. Mi orinecina. Mi cara anteni. Se acaba la mi orinecina. Pochi nampa wan pitelo nasa la mi sona ini metuli wow. Meliante la sina samala. Sin pona. Sina weke la nika na awen. Sina alemi. William la sim toki ala. Pilin stiliante tau pilin melia. Ale pona mi kensona. Mi pipi taso la sina. Sina la ali ike ali pona taso. Sina conserve no seme. Suno en olin pona la sina. Wow, multe pona ali sina java nasa tava mi. Tempo pini ali la mi pili la samani. Io lon. Tempo ali pini la mi weli un patasso. Nidi olin lon ala. Tasso sina la. Mille le un patasso. Mi vile alla pakla. Mi vile awen. Mi vile pili con su e sina. Tasso. Mi con uta e sina un tempo nila. Nili. Pakala! Pakala! Yan lo! Pakala. Kalmala.
Yan pao, open el lupa, sono mi la signora Lisa.
Weka!
Mi toki.
Alla, mi vuole toki alla, toki ike
Open eye lupa.
Alla
Anseme. Yani lon pokasina no seme. Yani upali lon pokasina.
Alla.
Pakra ani lon. Sama tempo alela telonasa ni lawa esina. Mi noka emotsi sina. Yan pao, se kute, open el lupa non tempo ni.
Yan lo, Olivia kalama, yan alla lilon.
Lilon seme. Yan upani. Se. Ne.
Sono alla toki. Kama si non tempo ante. Me li piace. Ti parli io.
Tanseme la sina pali ni.
Yan sogni li parli di puputa insieme. jan uso li pali kalama omeka like tan seme.
Pali sewi sina ni li tan poki pi telo nasa.
E sona taso li ale ni.
Sina sama jan lili. Sina kenala yoe mila sina pali meli pi jan ala.
Alla, ni ale li tan weka sina ala.
Alla, jan ala li kin sona e lon.
Mi wile e sina me kanumpa e sina.
Sina li lette la mi lon.
Sin luka na lumpa e mina sina la tan seme.
Pali ni li nasa. Jan pao.
Alla, ni nasa ala.
Kama sino tomo pi mutu. Weka i nasa. Mi pali e moku.
Ika nala.
Tan seme.
Il tomo mi ala. Mi olin ala e sina.
Sina olin e ni.
Olina?
Sina olin e meli pi poki nasa.
Wili poki taso ala, mi tuli olin wawa.
Olin wawa.
Wawa.
Jan pao sona e toki sina.
E sona ni like nasa tau kute, taso sewi di toki ni tau ni nasa ala.
Toki tau sewi?
Mi anpa e cielo mi kalama tau sewi, toki sewi a.
Taso sina toki ala tau sewi.
Mi open, non sono mi.
So nasin sina la sewi li lon ala.
Un po capi me di piervacen la. I pieni ni ale li ken.
Nasa. Seme ante li nasa e sina. Kasi nasa ano seme?
Ala mi nasa e mi.
Mi sona e nasin pona. Mi wile kama sona e wawa olin. Wawa li suli la. Sina en meli pirmaten ni ken awan pona non poka. Mi ken kama weka ale.
Weka ale, sama ni mi iki anu seme.
Sama.
Pona, lila, nasin seme la sene ken kama sona e wawa olin.
Umpa. Umpa. Nasin olin sina la, umpa li suli mute, se mi tuli open olin la, sina kame umpa lon tempo pime ale.
Nila.
Nila? Wow, olin li suli la, umpa ni nasin pona olin.
Nila sino wile.
O umpa e meli ni pi poki kiun pi telo nasa.
Lon tempo ni.
Lon tempo ni.
Privilam li wile ala, non lo kinsin.
Tan seme. Ni pilin ike. Ta looking mi ano seme.
Wile ni, number 1 li pon suli.
Nasa ala yang pao. Mi tuli umpa lon tempo number 1. La mi tuli lon tomo tawa suli pi mama mi e sina tani sina mi la pana i mani tawa tomo bona.
Nili ante.
Ante seme.
Mi tuli olin wawa ala. Kin la, mi tuli nasa tan telo nasa.
Meli i pirmatien ni moku ala e telo nasa no se.
Ala, oni meri sama ni ala.
Oni moku ala e telo nasa la. Sina. Wile sama ona, ni wile weka i telo nasa kinta ni sina taso ni moku la sina kama pili ni ke a.
Meli pirma jen la, ali li kenta oni.
Weka pi telo nasa kin yan pao?
Mi kena.
Mila mio weka tan sina seme. Mi awen la ni kama e ike taso. Mi weka la e sina kama pona ale. Di weka e telo nasa li kama palimani don esun.
Palimani? Sembra mi tocchi a palimani.
Ken suli la medicina li wila la pali. Li wila amen lon tomo lon poka pian lili.
Jan li sem.
Tempo kame la sina wile mama nu semi lon poka pi meli sina.
E sono la, mi togli tocchi ora ni.
Ella sina otoki ta ona.
Si li wile mama?
Li toki al semi.
Ala.
Ili pili mi taso mi wile sona.
Sino wile mama? Sino wile mama pianjigi?
Siinä tohkitaa onella. On tohkia ja tohkitaa siinä on tempo muute.
Tempo nila tempo muute ala. Taso mi tokitava sevilon ion mi. Kenla mi uta e on la.
Lon sinä uta. Uta ei onnella. Mikä?
Amerikana.
Se meni kan.
On vi kan med dem Jonna. Vi kan det wile. Sino wile mama pianjigi alusena. Mi pona. Poka ala yan lo.
Uweka! Menikiwan mo pa ako! Onini!
Poka ala yan lo.
Nasin semena sinakin olin menin niin poki nasa taso. Miala.
Omili toki ikke ala e wile utala.
Siinä sama ala yan lili on tempo ale na mi wila ala utala e siinä.
Kinla onala musipiman no joka lipona.
Toki nini longala.
No, sila musipiman no joka lipona la pona?
Musipipone tawa mila musipipone tawa mikin.
Poka ala yan lo. O kute ona, sino wile mole ona, son wile pilimpona tawa si nasi
Tuo pilipona. Pila mila sinä tulipona. Papoka. Liolin.
Seme?
Poka olin.
Sinä ja no.
Seme?
Mi en on.
Taso, mi tula semerikama, sine mia.
Ja, pao.
Seme.
Eikä nada.
Tan seme, sino olin mia no seme.
Olin. Juonte alella sinun suli.
Niillä, mikä näillä kuuluu olin tan seme?
Jan pao, sinä paljon millä parifi io suli wanna sinä paljalla jona.
Io seme.
Ioni li suli muute. Ioni li wille tawa wan olin cielo.
Wan cielo, nili seme.
Rumpa, Jan Pao. Sinä paljalla ei siellä sama Jalona no seme.
Seme la mi pakara suli ikeni.
Nasin pona wan lilona. Nasin nila mi turiken wan lon olin. Taso iopi pona suli o eka.
Seme, o toki nasti mikä mä paljale.
O weka elon mi.
Seme, ala.
O moku e mi.
O moku esin.
O moku e mi. Jan pao.
Mikä ala?
Wile mila mi tuli wan. Nasin ni taso li keneni.
Jan Pao moku ei onna. Yli wile on.
O jo e mi. O opene mi.
Dili kama ala kama e pirinike.
Lili kama ala a. E pilinike.
Mi olin siinä, meni pirmetsen no.
Mi olinkin. E siinä.
Mikin ikinäkin joo. Kyllä. Paljon nilistui. Kena mi tuliken looking olin sin. Kena miken ante lili. Kama sama ona.
Sama meli pirmadian anu seme?
Sama. Tan se mina meke nada.
Neli pona pirmadian?
Neli pona pirmadian.
Tan seme, sino olin ale olin. Toki? Toki? Hello everyone. Elikadar can look in Ilomi. Can anyone see my screen right now? Meow and me. I'll wait a bit for that.
I don't see it yet.
Mi wili kipiki nasi ni kun toki mi number one la mi toki kipiki toki pona, number two la mi kama toki ni. I want to try and alternate between toki pona, saying something in toki pona and then saying it again in English.
Inte la sina ken toki pona tasola mi ken piniali.
Anirika nasi pona.
Oh, this is a good way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to translate everything that Tipple says. I'm Lakuse, and that's Yan Tipple, and we made The Beer Girl, which is the masterpiece that you have just stopped watching. And now, yes.
Yan voteli li lokemeri li wile sono e io la mi pili mi can come a tempo li can pan e sono.
Lots of people have been asking questions, so I thought I could make like a time to kind of answer some of those questions in a dedicated space. So ask your questions.
Taso yamuta li wile sono e niamo seme. Nasi seme la mi kama e ni meli vitawa.
A lot of people want to know how I made the the girl move, the beer girl move.
You can look in any. You can DaVinci Resolve.
You can see on the screen here. I've used the tool. It's called DaVinci Resolved, and you can do a lot of weird things with it. So I'm going to show you some.
Open la mi pana e meli.
First, I put the the girl on the screen.
Meli. You can look in a pari che per in linea. Meli li tawa iloni.
So look at all these different lines. All these lines kind of indicate a different vector of movement.
Linea ni li toki ni. Meli si meli li tawa iloni. Iloni li tawa e meli. So you can look in a linea ni li tawa meli.
Actually more of like a sequence of things. All these different things say like a different kind of movement, and then the lines tell you which order you should do the things in.
Meli li tawa lun nasini linea lasso.
Yeah, if you see on the screen now, there's a green line there. That's the path that the meli will take.
Meli li tawa la mi pana e tawa sin. Tawa ni li tawa nasa. Meli li tawa lo nasi nasa kifikin tempo lili.
Yeah, and in addition to the wide sweeping movement she makes, she also does like this weird vibrating motion, so I have to manage that separately as well.
Illa nili sudimute mi pana e temea lon monsi meli.
So it's
meli li don. Li pana e temea lon simpin tomo tan suno.
And one of the key reasons that this is so realistic is because I make a shadow. I cause a shadow at the back of it, like behind it. And so when you see the shadow, you're like, oh damn, this thing is like really existing.
Io musi wan ante. Sine che rakute e kalma tan ironi la sine che rakute pon eni taso tempo la yan loli kama utala e meli kepiken len la meli li tawa weke kepiken wawa mute li lawa di kama paken lon sinfin tomo.
All right, so you actually can't hear, unfortunately, the sound on this due to DaVinci Resolve and the way it interacts with Mac computers. But when Yan Lo, who is Lacose's character, first hits the Biermetien, you actually can hear a sound at the time of the hit of impact.
Nilitan wile, nilitan pali vi ala, nilikan mi pali akalama musi la alama li lon tempo ni. Pali ala li kamataso li kansewe inseme.
That's actually, we didn't insert that sound ourselves. We actually used the backing track, and the backing track just happened to have an impact sound at that point. So maybe it's just the will of God.
Mi veli toki io anante.
I want to talk about one more thing.
Mi pini ni la ni okute e wile son sino.
And once I'm done talking about this, we'll hear your questions.
Ni stile di la poki wan di tawa no kono sem.
In this frame, one of the cans moves in the air in a line, right?
No. Non si pochi lasso.
So when
lasso kasiwawa.
So when the thing starts moving, what's left in its space is just really bright green. This is really funny to me.
Nila
And with that, we'll take a few questions in the small time we have left. Or how much time do we have left? I don't know. Slow. Yeah, if you have any questions, please place them in Tomosuno or in the YouTube chat. It can be things like, why did you do this? Were you smoking weed when you made this?
Lon ala.
How long did filming take?
Tempo sunotuan. Taso mi pali mute lon tempo sunotuan mi pali li suli la mi pili li ke li ni.
It was 3 days long, and we worked a lot during those 3 days. It was kind of unexpected, and I found that it was just maybe I used a bad amount of time to this, but the final product's great.
Yansimi mani vile sona.
Yansimi wants to know.
Easy pinasa sona.
Well, sorry, Yansimi wants to ask, what mad brainstorming session created the idea of this marvelous piece of art?
Ikela ni paliala ni ante toki li tantoki ili.
Actually, this is a translation of another person's work. It's not, we didn't actually come up with this concept. From an English writer. The original thing is made by Yan Watawi, and it's very amusing.
Yan li vele sona ni kasi nasa lang ko nasa ilaw ke pekin iyo ala.
Someone wants to know if we were smoking. We weren't. Were there drugs involved? Still no. I guess I could give a tiny bit more background information. So this is a project that has started a very long time ago. I think almost like a year and a half ago, when Yankawa, Yankala, and me essentially just stumbled upon the original English translation, and we decided to translate it for the shits and giggles, and just happened to come across the opportunity to make it.
Finally open un tempo weka. Tempo secret pini un po one un po two. Yan nakuse ni kawa ni yanante son ni moteli yanili di kamalu ke e lipo di pili musti wa tanili kamwele ante toki on toki pona tan ni musi. Así que me can find so many nimi toki tosi li lontan.
All right, so Tefa was asked me to explain why Birmitian, why it's in German. It's in German because we're afraid to utter the author's name. We're afraid to say the actual title of the thing due to us not having the actual translation rights to it. So it's in German.
Yan tutu li wile so many. Lupa sevela soli lidon. Lupa nampa tutu.
We also get another question asking behind which the 3 doors is there a goat? It's on the it's behind the 4th door. Don't worry about it.
Mi pali meritan poki che veken suri tempo seme.
How long did it take for us to make the beer girl? I made the beer girl. I did it in. Let's see. So the hat, her hair is made out of Teppo's shirt, and it took a long time to make the beer girl because I accidentally got a whole bunch of super glue on my fingers. But I think it only took like 3 hours total.
Yan la che se li pali meli fan pochi non li che perché esempio li sasso li pali vidi sasso li che perché te posso ritani tempo utilani pane e co one co li one pochi sasso i paca di pane co li lo luca on la pili che allora li looking weka yana mi risonante seme. Mi pakala alla mi moku alla moku e poki. Mi pakala alla pakala e meli. Alla. Meli li awen lon probably. Mi kan pane sitinen non wile.
Have you destroyed the beer girl? No, we have not destroyed the beer girl. Actually, the beer girl is still inside my room, and I can show you whenever you want me to, if you ask. Beer girl is in Teppo's room. One second, I wanna get my phone. I wanna take a picture of this. Follow-up question: are the drinks expired? Unsure, but they are ripped from Teppo's workplace. I can't find my tool right now, so we'll have to show you a different time. Our time is coming up to 8. Are you going to hang beer girl from your ceiling for the foreseeable future?
Luca in cielo li wanala. Vi pali sigil in tavola di kama e di pakala mute di kama. Sili Luki pe pakala wallon pini sigil non save. Allon lawa in cielo li wanala.
Yeah, understand that the head of the girl and the body of the girl are actually not attached, so that has come into a lot of issues during production. What you saw at the end. Also, the feet are not attached either. Yeah, she did not want to stay next to me on the bed. And with that, yes, I guess there is time, so we'll take a couple other questions. Did you bring enough beer girl with the class? When will the sequel be released? There's no plans for a sequel. Unfortunately, there's no sequel in the original translation, so.
Mi tawa yon la li wawa siro seme. Motela. Solo li telo adel un pochi li.
How heavy is the beer girl? Just know it's really not that heavy. No, there's no liquid in the glasses, so yeah.
Mi moku ala moku e telo tan pochi ala mi con.
We've been asked by Aunt Eliku, did you actually drink from the beer girl? No, we did not. We drank air.
Meli pitelo nas pan. Nampatu. Meli pitelo dasaki.
Jan Sileni has proposed the sequel to Beer Girl as a Wine Girl, and Teppo translated beer as telonasa pan and wine as telonasa kiri.
Yan pali pana ala pali e benevito il satani o lukine e pali yan nasi li pali ala pali e io che pechen pochitelo mi sono alla ni yan nasi che la yan nasi li semea.
Ikinalante toki.
Attenzione.
Mi becca li ecute.
Anyway, sono Jan sorry. Jan pali e meli.
Did Paul make Beer Girl because he saw Jan Nasi's beer sculpture and got inspired to give it a try? I don't know how involved.
Really sono Jan Nasi di seme.
Also, I want to know, who is Jan Nasi? What?
Ayan che cansano mi kama e telo e pochi telo di che pechen tempo sono wanda mi moku e telo tan pochi tu li lon tomo pali manimi li ama e ni tao tomo mi don't beat it.
Kikensen wants to know how exactly, like, what span we drank all the liquor. Teppo says that he spent busy. He spent he drank 2 LaCroix a day for about a week, and then he ended up with the X's that we got there. I think the only can that I myself drank was one of the Sprites.
Non si mutte. Io sono li pali e calmo ome che ni Li kute e kalama pia nasi. Nila, yan pali sama non same. Ona li pali e merita poki naso tani. Li kute e kalama pia nasi. Ala li lukin e yin, ya nasi ki li pali e io che pekin poki.
And this way is saying that they got eventually inspired by Yanardi. That's why they made initially a Mekalike. So they're proposing that Yanardi is some universal inspiration for fine art, and that Yanpa also made the sculptures in honor of their work.
Meli pitela nas yan ante li lona mama mama sama.
Does Beer Girl have a sister? Oh. All right. With that, I think Fox said I think we only have 5 extra minutes, so I think we'll close there. At this point, your support has been overwhelming and amazing. Again, have amazing suno pitoki pona. I want to take Uni.
Sina looking is sina pilin wa sita nila pilin li wa li pona mote tawa mia. Tawa sin tawa yala ko seki in li pona mote tawa mi suno pitoki pona opona tawa sina le.
Take care, everyone.
Sina non supami, la pepona so veli suvimi. Under i bussililita solo tempo pimeja. Under i tempo pimeja la babalita vaveka. Kule pika siki väli kella soa novalovi sona lai karavadi. Kella una livaso, jampuna lilape. Ja nasa nilisitelen, mi vile palini. Ta solo nasi seme mimo kuekini. Ona reikä pääkala, mimo kuetelu valo. Onne puna mamma. Mamma.
Siinä taas oli kenteli epiliini, siinä kentässä pona ei ole pona tauemi. Ja naate ja leli kennalla jo epilimi, olin mili siinä taas on suno pilon miukut eimi. Tempo ale pisona siinä, lami uilei tokieni, mi olin siinä. Mi
Onari musi tempo pineyala. Sinafila la kute ni lan tempo suno. Onari akesi alari ikeala onari musi lili tamitasa. Nili tempo pimeya, nili pimeya loma sina kanala. Kute kalama, yananteli napeta sumistereneio. Mi vile sunaini. Onari semelon, tempo kamala kela mi avene kalamani. Kela mi pali e pili ni kataba mamami. No kamiri kivenala, no kamiri kotaso. Pili miri suviala, pili miri kiventaso. Miken trineale, miken piline pilin sinai. Kon sinai, oli sinai, kalama grupu sina mi vilela. Onari tempo pimeya, tempo suno rikama tavala mi vile i vava ala nili nimi mutea. Koko mili lojakin, lava mili jo ala e vava onari ike, nili kule ala. Munta soli ante valo, mi vile mute lapetta so bio ala e ilo lava pie suno. Openi lupani mi vile moku e parissa moli, no tempo ni mi vile mute moku. Mi kena lapani e nila tempo kamala mi pana veka e lava mi. Ondri buseli ta solo tempo pimeja, ondri tempo pimeja la baba lita vaveka. Kule pika siki vänli kella soa no valo mi sona la i karabani. Kella ona liva so, jämpuna li lape. Ja nasa nili sitelen, mi vile palieni. Ta solo nasi seme mi moku e kili. Ona rike pakala, mi moku e telo valo, ona de pona o mamma. Mi pilin vavala, mi vile i lappe, mi mosu talijala suvi. Onali musiante sovele suvi mi. Lui lappe kin, miri do tempo pini. Lui lappe kinta so milon supera linja milinasa. Mi o ala i moko, mi vile alasa, mi moku e ala mi oli don tempo kamala no ka en luka mililete. E ve kanta sebi mi, mosi miri lukine con lasso. Tomo moli ampa mala mia nala taso. Mi vile ala e nila mi vile la penon tempo ni mi vile lukin sike. E suno yellow onde con nasa ta soli suri yala. Mi kamala pe. Che si ala ampa supa mi pilina la lette non la pe mi kute e kalama. Una nuia mi seme. Una di seme. Oh, una di sabele mi tasso. Sina vila la villa la pekin. O kamatava mani. Niri malanta sina lon supa mi. La pepona oh sabele suve mi. Ondri bussi lili ta solo tempo pimeja. Ondri tempo pimeja la baba lite vaveka. Kule pika siki vänli kella soa no valo mi sona la i karabadi. Kella ona liva so, jämpuna li lape. Ja nasa nili sitelen, mi vile palieni. Ta solo nasi seme mi moku e kili. Ona rike pakala, mi moku e telo valo. Ondri pona o mamma. Mamma.
Hey, this is completely unplanned, but I wanted to do this because everyone who made Suno Pitoki Pona, I'm like half dead, it's 4 a.m. Everyone who made Suno Pitoki Pona possible really deserves to be thanked for their efforts. Huge thanks to Ilosasi or LCP for being like the main like for dealing with most of everything. Thanks to Fox for giving us servers to host this on. I'm sorry, I'm dying. Thanks to all the DJs who played music throughout the event. And thanks to all the people who coded things like bots and a custom music website which lets 2 people sync. Wink wink, that's me. I spent 2 weeks on it. I'm going to sleep. Yeah, just thanks to everyone who made this a thing, and thanks to all the performers for performing. Yeah.
Yamutele pilineni ona likenala toki likenala wawa kinta somi pilinata sin kulpala sinekuta mutelito kita wayan utalasina o kama pona osona eni. Yamutele pilineni ona likin ala toki miankala ipale kala malilini. Ona linasa mi sona taso sinopane kute lili tawa mila sinekentawa. En semli toki pona nan pa ala mi awan sitelene ni mini tan kon mama tan utala. Wile pisuli kama suli mili kenolini ke yue kon sama. Pakala mila ale liseme open la yani ala sali kepken luka lete. Luka nili mute tuli moli sueli. Luka minan pa wan li pili ne koneli. Taso luka ante li sona binasa lilia on la oliliaki yani ale anta sona ale o kama taso kena nililon. Sewili tomoa. Yamutele pilineni ona likenala toki likenala wawa kinta somi pilinata sin kulpala sinekuta mutelito kita wayan utalasina o kama pona osona eni.
Musi yakili awana misona utalilon kin sinwila le kute kala taso ukute.
Suno kama li open nasi mutela sielo ni lilonlen. Disitelen e awen ni wile mutepini ken la mikenala kiwen. Ona li lukin tanseme, kaleni li lili, kaleni li toki, kaleni li toa ike li oli no pokia. Suno o, sino o pakala, mun o, kama wawa, pimia li lene sike lon lawa. Wasolitan kon li mama nanta. Mi kama sone na simpona, yan sino kute o toki la undi pona, musini li seguita sono con la poca. O waso. Yamutele pilineni ona likenala toki likenala wawa kinta somi pilinata sin kulpala sinekuta mutelito kita wayan utalasina o kama pona osona eni. Yamutele pilineni ona likenala toki likenala wawa kinta somi pilinata sin kulpala sinekuta mutelito kita wayan utalasina o kama pona osona eni. Yamutele pilineni ona likenala toki likenala wawa kinta somi pilinata sin kulpala sinekuta mutelito kita wayan utalasina o kama pona osona eni. Yamutele pilineni ona likin ala toki miankala ipale kala malilini. Ona linasa mi sona taso sinopane kute lili tawa mila sinekentawa. En semli toki pona nan pa ala mi awan sitelene ni mini tan kon mama tan utala. Wile pisuli kama suli mili kenolini ke yue kon sama. Pakala mila ale liseme open la yani ala sali kepken luka lete. Luka nili mute tuli moli sueli. Luka minan pa wan li pili ne koneli. Taso luka ante li sona binasa lilia on la oliliaki yani ale anta sona ale o kama taso kena nililon. Sewili tomoa. Yamutele pilineni ona likenala toki likenala wawa kinta somi pilinata sin kulpala sinekuta mutelito kita wayan utalasina o kama pona osona eni.
Musi yakili awana misona utalilon kin sinwila le kute kala taso ukute.
Suno kama li open nasi mutela sielo ni lilonlen. Disitelen e awen ni wile mutepini ken la mikenala kiwen. Ona li lukin tanseme, kaleni li lili, kaleni li toki, kaleni li toa ike li oli no pokia. Suno o, sino o pakala, mun o, kama wawa, pimia li lene sike lon lawa. Wasolitan kon li mama nanta. Mi kama sone na simpona, yan sino kute o toki la undi pona, musini li seguita sono con la poca. O waso. Yamutele pilineni ona likenala toki likenala wawa kinta somi pilinata sin kulpala sinekuta mutelito kita wayan utalasina o kama pona osona eni. Yamutele pilineni ona likenala toki likenala wawa kinta somi pilinata sin kulpala sinekuta mutelito kita wayan utalasina o kama pona osona eni.
Lukine sina lukine mi. Sina pane pona tawa mi uili ona. Mi uili sina lompo kami mi uili pane pona tawa sina mi oli e oli mi tawa sina mi oli e oli sina tawa mi Oli e oli mi tawa sina mi oli e oli sina tawa mi sina tawa mi.
Wile ala lili mi wile ala sui mi wile ala olin mi wile ala sa mi wile ala sewi mi wile ala nasi mi wile ala pona mi wile ala sa mosu da nili tempo bime ya lonin sapi lawa sina toki ike lonanta sina mosu da emi lami uta da sina ike a sama kala suli lami ala sa mi wile ala lete mi wile ala ute mi wile ala nimi mi wile ala sa mi wile ala kile mi wile ala rabe mi mike ala ori mi wile ala sa Ilo ala tomo ala punasin ala akalama nilisemea cielo moli konyaki teloloyedaki sina wile weka tasuken ala pali uka sama soeli uta sama akesi con sama seli suli sina ken ala lawa emi lawa sina pili sina cielo sina tawa ala hanu siwe wile lao tawa nili ante ala wikitawa wawa sina li mi o mi wile ike sina mi wile kawa wawa mi wile musi tasa isa mi ala sa musi ta mi tama pile ya mani sabi lawa sina toki ike mana mi musi ta esi dara oeka anu la nili tempo ala sa
Tempo psiche se lo tu alla mi cava sole toki pona tempo nei labi paremo se le sitarere busi dava si data so mi ne parola sto che ponon mi parola se tocca ponon non tempo nei pili mie wile toki e io tava si da hikara mia sona i topi che sevi mia sona i vero prima da tava mia non pavi la pona da sevi da cule tava vi l'opinione ampi che bute tempo kamala more mi chi saba parisa pilimimoku. Kom kon kepisiä suunana, ei kon pilimimajuna. Okei, vedä vi pidi. Tässä on mia vielä, kälävi pona. Siinä ikä on jännälle, ikä on maalle. Pona on jännällä, mä pona liialon. Sinä kuuteen muusi mitä siitä toki ei kannili sämmätini pona on ikä. Toki monsi liialä, eli mon sutta sama unka bio mikä mä tempuri tawa, tempuri kama. Menir pona tawa biita, soli mama. Ikä tässä oli lon, pona lalon. Tempo pidinä. Puolelle moli, puolelle jämpää, niin moku pipi, mon suuta lompa, mon suuta laua, mon sua pove, ponna venapaa, aleli pove, alali ala, jälli soeli, niin moli kama, ajalle lukide, pona lommila, mikä mä ikeen, pidin sitä toki, tempo pidinä, puolelle moli, puolelle jämpää, niin moku pipi, mon suuta lompa, mon suuta laua, mon sua pove, ponna venapaa, aleli pove, alali ala, jälli soeli, niin moli kama, ajalle lukide, pona lommila, mikä mä ikeen, pidin sitä toki. Rapazo close delle categorosiemos So tanas che li batte deus Se copa ham soli yes cab But in gure gakkoro giro it get a cori cab Okay, bravo to the bullshit I will see and I think about a hypocrite All that's a good fuck regular if possible I hope those are possible I will try to do a lot of things so far You can say some of them are bizarre from me Writing rap and singing poetry Active programming and of course good in languages I wanna create I wanna be successful at half of this web But that can be trustful Made of the devil yes So tackar av the nation Så tackar det hjärnan så täällä Oot millä piara Genanteli lauveve Me virvei katso so dikka tätä taane mi jo Ala imani e oline Vaava isa peli mille molin Sa pinik pakala Mille pakale tempo kama Tässä on pimitä so Milon pimiä Mia lukine suno ei vala Kommeli pakera Kommeli moli Kondeli jäädä Kondeli jäädi Halunna mani adu Sitä kuute Mi mamma pittoki mi muute You don't give a fuck though No one that's so Tell me why am I working for why am I trying Or even creating the answer questions Nobody saying anything How is it so now why should we finish care Why should I not wait for the only one If it's really only one Why should we forgetting it Seeking data every bit One shadow card and be the best For fighting for the chance It's got me wrong Just be the man that fuck them all
Tell
Mi pini la pe, li lukine. Tomo mi emi, li toki eni. Mi pali e seme, mi wili seme. Mi pili lete, nasin li seme. Tempo pini la mi wili yan suli la mi wili yan lili. Taso tempo liken ala pini. Tempo mute la mi wili pipi. Li wili waso, wili so eli. Onalio e pilinselli, pilete ala pi antemi. Tasso mi canala ante eni. Mi pini la pe, li lukine. Tomo mi emi, li toki eni. Mi pali e seme, mi wili seme. Mi pili lete, nasin li seme. Mi pini la pe, li lukine. Tomo mi emi, li toki eni. Mi pali e seme, mi wili seme. Mi pili lete, nasin li seme. Mi wili seli e tomo mi. Mi wili kama yo e konoli. Tomo mi la mi pili nioni. Mi wili kama io si. Li wili waso, wili so eli. Onalio e pilinselli, pilete ala pi antemi. Tasso mi canala ante eni.
Kane, milon si. Ami kama alaan at hansina iketani mi wawaki. Ale milito kieni on sewi. Mitula sinayam lawa ala. Putala ketekena la ilona sa. Mi tu o putala. Mi tu iyaman a. Sina kena sina hoka kalakiwe. Sina sone hei oni mili awe. Ili hike kawa sina anusene. Taso sina la holi livile. Sina kena la kini e pitini. Tepo wale la mi pitini. Sina tu e mi wam la mi kama white. Tepo wale la mi tuli wawaki. Mi ahal. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 ling. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 ling. Yang punilikpin, sinasewi pilin la sila wile pilin si. Kami ami pilin, di pili ana, mikrin ana eni sinang pakala e mae yang mona. Sina kena sina hoka kalakiwe, sina sone eni holi mili awe. Sina pili leni sina sewi hale, tato sona sinali ante ona tonu sinila mi sinipin.
Mi modelitawa modelo ma nasi musi mi makasi viraso yelo di musi modelo ma tomo pisuno yali kala matawa mi tempo seli le kama empi me yali kama Sikure pikiri papuika Rio pelani panae sikemano Puna sikere piri puna Rio bona evitawa kune pepesina Elo se uirino enumi pineya Eyang se meli panae telu Sama panawa puna yani kalama tawani Nisitere iyo ponala iyo sinari bonute Sitere ni tempo pinile bolo tawana sempito nome Kasikure pikiri papuika Rio pelani panae sikemano Ipuna sikere piri puna Rio bana evitawa kune pepesina Mikama tawa tawa luki sinari Kalama musiu Sikure mute sinu Mikama tawa tawa luki sinari Kalama musita Iluka ni diyo heka sikure mute sinu Kasikure pikiri papuika Rio pelani panae sikemano Ipuna sitere piri puna Rio bana evitawa kune pepesina O kalamae no kao tawa poka
Yansembeli Ken olin e bonami e igemi Yansembeli bonatawami mi awenwa nili igemi Selola mi bonatawasina Itsamikini bona Tasona li bakala Lilisina wilela Mikemon suta ala Mi lukina sina, itawa Londina, samaya sima, miante yasima sina olina, itawa Londina, sina wile onala o anu ala emi, o anu ala emi. Olinemi So anu ala emi Kinyan olin yasimasi na wile eona No se me o Depo di me ala bini Si inali toki mute Eya pisama sina Eya bi ante mi Kusami kanala lukina la linya loya ni Isui muta Mute lilona pa o kame hai lukami Selola mi pona tawa sina Insami kin li pona Kenya olin sina Taso sina wilela Mi manseta ala Taso tempo kambala Mi tuli pakala Mi lukina sina Mi tawa Londina Samaya sima miente si masina olina itawa lonlia sina wile onala o anu ala emi o anu ala emi o olinemi taso anu ala enasi ikeni sina sona mi sona sina bona lomboga ona para ala e pili che taomi mi wele ola taso da 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 mi looking sina itawa lonlia semaya sima mi ante sima sina olina itawa lonlia na wile ona la o anu ala emi o anu ala emi o olinemi so o anu ala emi
Coleteli pana suno di lomane nalede manita soliloni miyalawa meli kolikala masama kumpinsami mi kanala pokie wawa onaliken alakama mio melili pona opiling ala aike onalisona oweka aike mikala poke wawami oweka aike mio pinieluba toki onaliala kolike awe letelika latawami wekalika maeni alilililuke temponila monsudami lilo alage mi kembali eseme mi dile bali e ale nashing lilo ala mi bali obana elate mi anko esen diliwan obana elate mi banala en logo lilo mi awelo kolike awe wawa milita wa amba tawa ma
Lan pan moku pan lan pan lami pilin yan li sona ala dan yan li wile ala pana lami wile kama lan pan moku pan mian lan pan liken ala weka e wile lan pan yan pipoka mile open moku lami o lan pan yan o lukin eni ante ona li kama lukin lami moku e moku ona hali toki eni lan pan moku mili moku lan pan lami yanan pawan moku liwe katan yan la moku nili kama pona lan pan moku pan nasin pona pilan pan moku linio kutea sina o kamalan pan lan tempo taso pimia taso la o lan pan ala e moku ale ante la o hale ne pokila yan li kama lukine lan pan moku pan ni moku pona liwe kapokili ya wenlon wilen ni pilan pan tasolitan nasin pona wasolan pan moku pan esun moku la moku mutelilon supahale sinäkien alan pan e ona olen kepekenlen janni lukin alalla sinäkien tawa wawala moku mutelilon lani lipona la pona lan pan moku pan esun likepeken mani alalami pona nasin lan pan milayan liken alapini lan pan moku pan sina lukin enila sinaken kama sonani tomo moku lilon nili pana epoki suli sina kulu pupilan pan pona la sinaken ni sina tawa epoki pimoku muteliken ni lan pan moku pan tawa pipoki sulili pona atawa mi lan pan moku pan mi olan pan e pan suvi e kopoki e moku soveli e telokili e koalo e panielo i jazet leha ui e sui e suvilipu e moku nasa e moku ponaikin e koloja e kosuvi lan pan
Kalamamini iketawami mi wile ante e ni tasomi kenala kalamamili pona tawa ona ale tasomi wile pona eni pini ni ketonsi mi wile weka eni tanten poale pini ni ketonsi taso ona ya welon mi cielo mini iketawami mi wile ante eni tasomi kenala tasomi amen non tatosi ke mutela kela mi ante eni pini ni ketonsi tanto kama sila onali weka pini ni ketonsi tempo dona mi pili ni ke mi sona eni sina toki tawa mi ke pekeni mi pi wile mila mi pilin pona taso pilin ni awenala pilin ni tawa weka mi wile eni linya pi cielo mili weka taso ni liken ala alheni kela mi pilin ni ke ala mi pilin eni pilin pona tonsi pilin nila non mili kama pona pilin pona tonsi mi wile eni lon mi lia wen pona
Sinake alake tawa li kama halakin. Tempo nila ale pilomili kamasin. Con lipona, compi antesina. Sina sona ala sona la nipona mila. Oli nilipini nilipona tawa mi. Sona mila sina pilimpona alakin. Tempo kama mituli lomlo ja piseli. Ke milonia si kemi. Tempo pini la minasa li toki eni. Mi molitawa sina. Tempo nila mi sona. Tempo nili tempo pia lasasi. Piansi. Mi ansi. Tasso sina la. Sina ke ala ke.
Sina che pequeni lo toki. Taso onali si ke kalama. Nasin pi olin sina li utala taso miso na ene. Onali amen pakala taso mi kena lalawa emi. Milukai ilo toki sina toki ke pequeni mi. Pisa ma tempo pini mi sona SM. Sina pisi teleni sami. Di ante. Opilin sina liletai. Ni kama yo isali libekale. Homi pitle ala. Wile esina. Tani mi wile la mi wile bakala emi. Sina kena lauli. Emi lautawa tami. Taso tempo pime antela. Sina ken ala ken tawa tawa simpin milio etelo lawa ala tempo bella mi feeling sama ala taso sina kama pa.
Solitawa mi mio e sino lon tempo ale silo sina le silo ante sina toki to mitani kalama ala like tawa Sino Tokyo 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 Awen la alele linja pili Lonten po pimia Lon milan sina Lonten po nimi en sina li Tokyo talalon Tempo pinita ni olin Pito taso li ala Taso mi wile olin Tanian olin li kenalen Olen olen lon supamoko olen li samali pu Liken pokia telo li pone kon Mi wile pone la mi sone ale onalon mi Taso sina wile ale utalala O awen yan sama o pilin monsuta ala Tawa yan sewe yan ante o pilin ni ala Tawa yan an pona tuli wile ala moli E sina tuli o e moli sina Pilin li pona li suno li sike Taso li mute ala Yan pona milana sinala lilon Tason nasin nili nasa mute Olu kineni Yan melili pakala Sinalukin Ekama mi tan seme Olene olen lon supamoko Olen li samalipu Liken pokia telo li pone kon Mi wile pone la mi sonale onalon mi Taso sina wile ale utelala Olen lalon lilon
Mi pilin sama Alayana ale Mi kenala ante eni La mi pilin ike Pilin mi pokilon mi Lon tempo mute Mi wile pini eni Mi kenala ton seme Mi wile eni Pilin mi lika mana saala Mila Lon mi lika mapona ami Sona eni Ona liken pona emi Taso nili tempo kama Tempo lon ami pilinante Lon tempo ale Nili ike mute tawa mi Mi wile pona Lon tempo lona Mi wile pilin sin Mi wile toki tason imili pokilon mi Lonin sami Mi ken ala toki tawa sinatan hila Mi pini nikea Mi pini nasa Mi pini pona ala
Toki mi asutan siinä pilenestemme siinä tavana sisemme mitä vanna sinne siinä tavana sisämällä mi muteliken toki siinä sola ala ei ole mi oimusille siinä ville sola eni mi pali musila mi moku ei pälssä moli etelo mute ei moku ala siinä ville pilineni mi nasari pakala tempo mutelilila mi avesitelellä mi kama joi musilon Dilo nampa mi pali kätekenillä mi kama pili mokukin monali jo ala ikon monali jo nasa taso mi muteli toki sama Dilo mammo sio mio linja sili Ei linjalo sipi mi esitellä naven Dolu kava mimi yo esona sulila Meri mili masume Mio melila Pili neke tasume Musi sika o milo sita Odare pona tabami Tok dabara yo aden toki Odare pona tabami Unpa emele sina Odare pona tabami Moke versa moli ala Odare nika tabami Musi sika o milo sita Odare pona tabami Tok dabara yo aden toki Odare pona tabami Unpa emele sina Odare pona tabami Moke versa moli ala Odare nika tabami Vile havel Lummani mitava Kella mitoki lon tempo kama Kella mitoki ala tempo nila sina vila toki eni tava pola
Tempo bella mia cinta sola andute di ala saponaimi Mi wile kama sona mi wile kama pona taso Che pequena lana sini Tempo suno aleli si che tawa pali aleli yo enampa Tempo pipa kalambila nampa Pili nili kama ampa Tempo lona lukatu mili pali E io mute nili suli Taso Io alla e lukatu one Mi canale pali e alle Mi alle Mi samani Mi canale pali ante Taso mi pali e ni Si che tava lin suli e monsita suli Mi pilin eni mi che nala tawa ma pi ampanoka Mi yo alla e luka tuan Mi che nala pali ale sina ale pilinoke utalani Anseme Mi che nala pali ante Taso mi wile ni Ensina alali olin E pali mi ale Mio mi sina toki eni Taso tando linila Mi wile sama sina Mio alla e luka tuan Mi che nala pali ale Mi alle Lio alla e luka tuan Mi che nala pali ante Taso mi ale li pali Mi che nala pali ante Tanila mi pali E ale mi
Suno kamala aleli pona kasikune mutelila Olape aleli pona tawasina Olape lape sui tempo kamala aleli pona Tempo suno kamala pimeali amankin pimeali motutama Suno kamala waloli kamasen aleli pona tawasina Olape sina kamala alali ike Olape non supalape lape sui omeka pona Sina lape alala mike nala lape
Tempo mutela mi tuli lompoka Nilina sinta solon tempo Sina olin bakala Bitawa ampa Taso sina awem pilimpona Bakalala sina awen lo Nasin sinabi weka eyaki Osone eni ikeli pini Ala ikela okude eni Otawa maso opalie ale Sina kendawa ni
Son imili pokilon mi lonin sami Miken ala toki tawa sinatan hila Mi pini nikea mi pilin nasa mi pilin pona Toki, mi jan kepi. Tenpo pinila, sina kute e kalama musi sinmi. Nimi onali, mi pilin ante. Onali kalama wan lon kulupu kalama sinmi. Nimi kulupuli, mi wile. Mi pali e ona lon tenpo mun pini luka tu. Kulupu nili kama lon tenpo suno tu. Nili suno pi toki pona. O kute e kalama musi ante tan kulupu ni, pilin tonsi. Kalama mini iketawami. Mi wile ante e ni taso mi kenala. Kalama mili pona tawa onale. Taso mi wile pona e ni. Pili ni ketonsi, pili ni ketonsi. Mi wile weka e ni tan tempo wale. Pili ni ketonsi, pili ni ketonsi. Taso onale ya welon mi. Cielo mini iketawami. Mi wile ante e ni taso mi kenala. Taso mi awen non taso ke mutela. Kela mi ante e ni. Pili ni ketonsi, pili ni ketonsi. Tenpo kama sulila onali weka. Pili ni ketonsi, pili ni ketonsi. Tempo dona mi pili ni ke. Mi sona e ni sina toki tawa mi ke peken mi pi wile mila. Mi pilin pona taso pilin ni awenala. Pilin ni tawa weka. Mi wile e ni linya pi cielo mili weka taso ni li ken ala. Alhe ni kela mi pilin ni ke ala. Mi pilin e ni. Pilin pona tonsi, pilin pona tonsi. Pilin nila lon mi li kama pona. Pilin pona tonsi, pilin pona tonsi. Mi wile e ni lon mi li awen pona. Sina pona tani, sina kute e kalama musi mi. Sina wile sona e io pi kalama musi mi la, o toki tawa mi lon ilos tiko. Kin la, sina ken lukin e kalama musi ante mi lon lipu yutu. O awen pona. Okay, Aleo. It's Jan Kepi here. So those are my songs, and yeah, I forgot to mute the YouTube stream for a minute. So yeah, that was my song, or those were my songs, and yeah, they will be releasing in 2 days on the actual birthday of Tokipona, and yeah, they were kind of. I don't know what to talk about right now. I'm nervous again. So yeah, those were my songs. They took a lot of time to make, and originally there were more songs in the EP. There were 4, but I scrapped 2 of them mainly due to I couldn't get them out in time, or one of them just didn't really fit the vibe of the album unless you looked at the lyrics in a really metaphorical way, which I didn't really want to do. Although I did in Mi Pidin Ante, some of the lyrics I like used the words in a metaphorical sense, even though that's not really what they would mean. I mean, you can interpret them as that, but in normal use, I don't think it would be understood. Anyway, yeah, so those were my songs, and I'm really looking forward to making more original songs and Tokipona covers in the future. And yeah. What can I talk about? I don't know. So yeah, oh, thanks, Lipamanka. I do not know what that means because I'm not really that big into music, so I don't I don't study music theory or anything like that. Mainly, all of my music, I just listen to it. I just listen to something by ear and then sing it how it is in my head, or like I come up with the melody and then I guess do stuff from there. All my songs, I guess some a lot of people do like making music different. A lot of people they create the beat first and then make the lyrics around that, but I just kind of created the lyrics first in all of my songs, and I don't know if that made them different in any way, but then I created the beat around the lyrics and it just kind of is that. I don't know. But yeah. If you got any questions, you can DM me on Discord or just put them in the chat right now. And make sure to check out my other things. These two songs will be on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, as well as on Bandcamp and all the different streaming services. When they release, I will put links in the description of the videos to Bandcamp and like Spotify, Apple Music, whatever, so you can listen to them on those. And yeah, that is good. How much time do I have left in here? I have like 7 minutes. Oh my gosh. So yeah. If anyone has any questions about like how I make my music, what inspired me or whatever, I guess I could do the shout outs again. I shouted out some people on my last showing of this video. Thanks to Jan Measley for getting me into Tokipona in the first place and being inspiration for my first Tokipona cover, Kulupu Yan Tenpo, which is currently my most popular video. Shout out to Jan Usawi, who their song Luka Tuan inspired me to finish this music. Without that song being released and me listening to it, I would not have these songs ready today. Shout out to Keika, because one, their music is amazing, and two, like their music made me realize, my music doesn't have to be like perfect. It can just be like good enough in my eyes, and then people will like it because I don't know. It's just kind of like that. Okay. What advice would you give to people who want to make Toki Pony music for the first time? I know this is a commonly asked question. I just want to hear your thoughts on this. I don't know if I'm good to answer this, but I'd say if you already know the language, then great. You can try maybe talking about a concept or something in Tokipona and turn that into a song, which is what I did for my songs. You could, I don't really know what else to say besides that. Yeah. Also, if you just want to do like Tokipona covers of songs, you could just, memorize the lyrics or like look at the lyrics on a thing, and if you know how to pronounce them, you're good, which is what I did with Kulupu Yan Tenpo, because I didn't even start fully learning Tokipona before I made that And yeah, it's crazy to think that I'm actually performing in this thing, whereas like more like a year ago, I didn't even know Toki Pona, and I was just looking at this thing and I'm like, "Ayo, I would like to perform in this someday," but that day is today, so that's cool. Is there anything about making music in Toki Pona that makes it different from making music in other languages? I haven't made any original music in English, so I don't know if I can answer this that well. I have made 2 English covers. I guess Toki Pona has like a different sort of flow when you're singing and rapping than English or other languages because of the smaller words and how I don't really know. Basically just the smaller words. That's the only thing I can really think of that makes it different. Because you can make more variations in rhythms because the words are smaller, so you can I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah, that is it. And yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. Anything else that I missed? Do you think it's better to translate first or just to start making original stuff? I have been trying to translate songs into Toki Pona. It is kind of hard because this I can't really find a good song to do it because usually there's like one part that's super easy to translate into Toki Pona, and then there's one part where you need to like cut down a bunch of the meaning of what the lyrics mean because you want it to fit the syllable count, or you have to overextend the syllable count in order to convey the meaning of the lyrics. And there are very few songs that have that sweet spot of uh maintaining the original meaning of the lyrics while also keeping the syllable count. Okay, thank you. Yeah. And yeah. So I think that's all I really want to say, I guess. If you guys have any more questions, you can DM me. Or yeah. And yeah, that is basically it. So otawa pona, everyone. I will probably put out some more things soon. So yeah.
Toki mini mi lian-san. Happy Toki Pona Day! Toki Pona is a wonderful and minimalist language, and today marks the initial release of everybody's favorite language. Toki Pona is a constructed language, similar to Na'avi or Esperanto. Sonia created the language as a coping mechanism for her depression. And this logic follows the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which was released in 1929. This hypothesis says that language forms our perception of reality. There are plenty of resources for people to learn Toki Pona, including Jan Miseli's 12 Days of Toki Pona, the books published by Sonia Lang, or plenty of the online courses. Toki Pona's grammar is fairly simple. It is a subject-verb-object language, and the noun goes before the adjective. But Toki Pona doesn't just come in spoken forms. There is a sign language, Linku Pona, and 2 writing systems. The first writing system, Satilan, is the decorative writing system. It features glyphs that are organized into blocks, and many of the glyphs happen to have faces, which I think is very cute. The second, more practical writing system, Satilan Pona, is written left to right with many glyphs corresponding to the meanings, like Allah being a big X. The adjective goes inside or above the noun. And with that being said, Pona suno pi toki pona tawa sina. Tawa pona!
sona sona opetoala opilin pona sinäkin wawa mi sona 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 Insaekon, opilinen ponani, ikelitawa. Anpa käsillä, sinäken läpe pona, opilinen kon. Jään ala lilon, sinäken lukinema, suno liwawa. Nililon pona, kulukuli poea. Hasoli pona.
Alelipona okon, mi sona eni sina ikelon, mi wile ala e pakala, otawa ala, tenpo kamala alelipona, o ike ala e ioli nasa, mi sona eni sina kenyan wawa. Otawa ala.
Insaekon, opilinen ponani, ikelitawa. Anpa käsillä, sinäken läpe pona, opilinen kon. Jään ala lilon, sinäken lukinema, suno liwawa. Nililon pona, kulukuli poea, hasoli lipona.
Lukine sina lukine sina pane pona tawa mi uiliona. Mi uile sina lompo kami mi uile pane pona tawa sina mi oli mi tawa sina mi oli sina tawa Oli, mi tawa sina. Oli,
lawa mi sona ki mi toki insa e un paale Sia king kamayo anytime mi e ante ala mi relate toki e feeling me mi relate la sina sona tapo ala la mi tawa tansina sia feeling non anpa mi tawa sikeli weta e sina sia pali e te lo oko mi toki la mi tawa mi toki ikeli pakala e sina Mi sona and me too Non tempo molte Piesini pakala taso Siwi real toki Mi too mi sona pilon isa Mi sona and musili Musieni Sina toki seme pipiling mila O toki ala la Sina looking ala la mi tawa tansina Sina pili non anpa Tawa sikeli weta e sina Sina pari e te lo oko mi toki la mi tawa mi toki ikeli pakala e sina Tawa ala la mi tawa tansina Sina pili non anpa mi tawa sikeli weta e sina Sina pari e te lo oko mi toki la mi tawa mi toki ikeli pakala e sina Tempo ala mi tawa tansina Tempo ala mi tawa tansina Mi sona and me too Non tempo molte Tinisini pakala taso Siyo mili al toki Mi too mi sona pilon isa Mi sona and musili Musieni Mi relate toki e feeling me Mi relate la sina sona Tapo ala la mi tawa tansina Sina pili non anpa Mi tawa sike weta e sina Sina pali e te lo oko Mi toki la mi tawa Mi toki ikeli pakala e sina Tapo ala la mi tawa tansina Sina non anpa Mi tawa sikeli weta e sina Sina pali e te lo oko Mi toki la mi tawa Mi toki ikeli pakala Sina Tapo ala la mi tawa Mi tawa sikeli weta e sina Sina pali e te lo oko Mi toki la mi tawa
Ona yo elinya lo ye Yo e ilo lukin tike Lima li 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 lo masuli Di bali e ilo sin Na sini li pakalala Ona ya wen piling para Suno sini li seme Ona li yang pini Ona li mo kue li pula so ilo Kute musili kama sona e yo Yang peni li wile kama yan Kelama musi pisona number one Pakalali pana e sona sin Halela ona li ala sa e kempona
Ona li suili musili sona wile la pare Li ken kamalong
Aleli luki lao para esina Kelamu ona li kan kamayaki Taso alela ona li awe Ike anu pona li suri ala yanale Li oli ne ona Ona li loto mo pali Di pali e ilo nasa Di pali e ilo sinitazina Kamayo e ni Yo ike li pali la Yo beni li pona e ni Ale la ona li pali ke pe Italia Wembili para Suno Signalista Neona Lianteri.
Yanala le vela, yanala le sona. Feeling le sue, feeling la rasa. Yang sotan li ke yananta li pona. Feeling le sule, feeling lutala. Mi sona e toki, mi sona e muta. Uta la lika, uta.
Hello, Sunopitoki Pona, I'm awake again. So that means I get to announce the next event, which will be Linku. What, Why, and How by Kalaasi.
Hi, I'm Kalaasi, and today, in celebration of Suno Pitoki Pona, I have prepared an overview of something I have been working on and off on for the past year. A fair warning ahead of time, I will delve deeper into more technical topics that are not for a casual audience. So if at some point you start feeling like this has gotten too deep into the weeds, yeah, that's likely because it has. Still, I will also try to make this as approachable as possible for someone who is only interested in the Tokipona side of things. So what is it that I've done exactly? Well, in short, I've made a new dictionary for Tokipona called Linku. It does not do anything revolutionary when it comes to word definitions. In fact, those are mostly inherited from previous dictionaries. Instead, it adds some important infrastructure to make the dictionary as feature-packed as possible, while making it easy for other people to contribute and use it in their own projects. The dictionary can be accessed as JSON, a web page, or via a new Discord bot. But before I get to describing my own project, I feel like I need to justify its existence in the first place. Tokipona truly has an abundance of dictionaries, too many even. If you go to the GitHub topic for Tokipona and just flip through the pages, you will be hard-pressed to find one that doesn't list at least one independently made dictionary somewhere. What could I possibly bring to the party that hasn't already been done? The thing is, despite the apparent abundance, most of these dictionaries are rather similar and share most of each other's flaws. The vast majority are closely derived from the so-called classic word list, which has some peculiarities. Here are some common motifs from this family of dictionaries. Content words are listed as having a particular part of speech. Maybe you will find etymologies or sitelanpona, or maybe you won't. You might stumble on obsolete words with no mention that they're no longer in use. Or conversely, you might miss out on some common pre-poo words, or if you're unlucky, the dictionary might even predate poo, and then it might even leave out some words like ban and alasa, which are obviously in use by pretty much everyone. And when it comes to post-poo words, they will most likely not be there, or at best they will be handpicked by the author. Of course, handpicking also means that switching from one such dictionary to another, you might find a random word missing or a new random word popping up. In other words, such word lists are more reflective of Tokipona's early years as well as poo times, rather than any more recent developments. Also, since they're independently made and hosted, it is highly unlikely that most of them will actually receive updates to be more in line with modern Tokipona. So now let's look at some more recent notable dictionaries. Nimialepona is a dictionary by Jan Inwin that was started in 2019 in Mapona and immediately broke with the traditional dictionaries by not arbitrarily leaving out non-poo words. Being one of the first to actually document all the words that are or were actively being used by the community, Nimialepona became a very useful resource and quickly grew in popularity. It probably also helped that its creation and updates coincided with the rapid growth of Mapona in 2020. One problem of Nimialepona, or feature depending on how you look at it, is how it blurs the line between genuine words in common usage and one-off jokes and thought experiments. You can still indirectly tell where the word lies on the spectrum by looking at the time frame it was coined in, whether or not it is poo, and generally how vague or precise it is. Nevertheless, newcomers may find themselves using jokes and experimental words as if they were commonly accepted. To counteract this, more recent editions of Nimiale Pona move the especially underused words into a separate tab, but that is still more of a band-aid than a perfect solution. On the topic of Nimiale Pona, Nimiale Epiku is a fork of Nimiale Pona made by Kapesipake. It is notable for being the first dictionary to both document many non-Pu words and onboard multiple translators. As of June 2022, it was available in 13 languages, compared to just 3 for Nimiale Pona. One issue that was specific to Nimiale Epiku, which it didn't share with its predecessor, was its decision to exclude Pu words altogether. This is fine if you just want to list nimisins, but as a newcomer you can't just use this dictionary alone. However, this dictionary is no longer available online for reasons I will touch on later. The last dictionary I want to mention is Ku. This second book by Jan Sonja is, much like Nimiale Pona, an attempt to document Toki Pona as it is spoken rather than relying on the classic word list. However, the two projects had rather different focuses. Whereas Nimiale Pona tried to document words that passed some subjective criteria of notability, Ku instead works in terms of translations. The source material for Nimiale Pona is editorial opinion, while Ku uses the results of questionnaires Jan Sonja made in Mapona from November 2020 to April 2021, which are, on some level, objective truth. The release of Ku also provided the community with a nice and simple way to rank words based on their popularity, which Nimiale Pona could not do that well. However, it is important to remember Ku has its own problems that stop it from effectively replacing Nimiale Pona. Since Ku data was collected in one relatively narrow time frame, it overrepresents words that happened to be popular at the time. It also cannot include new words, since that would essentially require publishing a whole new book, nor can it be sensibly translated to other languages. There are also some flaws with Jan Sonja's methodology, which meant that some nimisins were overrepresented in translation. This is fine for what Ku intends to be, but it messes with the rankings of nimisins and casts doubt on their cutoff points. Another issue, which in my opinion applies to all the dictionaries above, is that they all have to draw the line somewhere. They are all designed to be easily browsed, and humans don't like clutter, so some non-essential features such as audio or sitelen or glyph etymology may be excluded even if the information is available elsewhere in the community. They may also be limited by the medium in which they exist. Google Sheets cannot play audio, Discord cannot set an arbitrary font for sitelen Pona, and so on. So now you are familiar with the dictionaries as they existed in 2021. It was at this point that I would start trying to make improvements. Here are the requirements I've settled on for my dictionary. It needs to be compatible with Nimiale Pona, Nimiale Epiku, and Ku. Any information that those provide needs to be available in mine. Although, of course, since Ku costs money, I couldn't simply include all of it. I could only use a smaller segment graciously provided by Jan Sonja on her website for free. It should include non-essential features that other dictionaries tend to dismiss. So, for instance, if you want to find out the Lukapona sign for a given Tokipona word, you shouldn't need to go to a separate resource to access them. It should be easy and relatively open to other people to contribute fixes and translations. If someone else wants to make a new dictionary, they should be able to just take the data from mine, pick and choose what they find important, and just focus on the UI. Updates to the dictionary should propagate automatically, and it should be possible for communities to set up their own ways of accessing the dictionary, for example, using Discord bots. It was about at this point that I realized that my project needed a name, so I just went with a temporary name for this. I coined Linku as a portmanteau of Linlu and Ku, making a nod to dictionaries and interconnectedness. Naturally, no one suggested a better name, so the temporary name became permanent. So with these requirements, a plan began to take shape. Contributors would fill out a Google Sheet, much like they would for Nimiale Epiku, but it would be less pretty and more open to small or anonymous contributions. Then a daily job would pass the sheet from tab-separated values, which by the way is an option that Google Sheets has, into a nice, sensibly structured JSON file, which I called a mirror for the dictionary. Both Nimilinku and Yassimalinku contain all the data, but Nimilinku has to rely on Google and isn't easy to work with, while Yassimalinku is hosted on GitHub and can be imported into your project with just a few lines of code. I then made two front ends that used Yassimalinku, a Discord bot called Ilolinku and a web page called Lipulinku. Ilolinku was largely modeled off of contemporary Discord dictionary bots such as Barista and Qbot. The two key features that I wanted was a command that pulls a definition from Yassima and another command that draws sitelen Pona. This later expanded to include more writing system stuff, as well as some low-effort commands. Linku is another important addition because unlike the bot, it is available outside Discord, and unlike the bot, you can browse all definitions in order rather than requesting them one by one. The different medium also allows me to easily display more information, so the bot would only show the essential, while the web page can include all the smaller details. Collectively, the bot and the website are supposed to cover all the ways that people prefer to interact with their dictionaries, and dictionary contributions automatically make their way to both. While making Linku, something interesting ended up happening which I couldn't anticipate. Since one of the key commands was rendering sitilen pona, I made the choice to support multiple fonts. But it turned out there wasn't a single comprehensive list of existing Tokipona related fonts, so Jan Ketami and I ended up making one. Eventually we decided bundling all the fonts is valuable in itself. So now you can find our font collection in a separate repository, and the font data is available in Yasima. Now, I want you to understand I am no professional programmer. When I started Linku, I had some experience in all these fields, but putting them all together and comprehending what I'm doing took a lot of my mental energy, despite honestly being quite straightforward. Naturally, the making of Linku was not always smooth sailing, and I want to talk more about that. Early on, I made the decision to put the Discord bot in charge of running the Yasima updater. My reasoning was, the bot was in charge of both reading and writing to Yasima, and both would have to be hosted by me, so it's nice to run both as one entity. The problem is, now the Discord bot has to have write access to Yasima, which only I have, meaning the bot can't be self-hosted by others. Or rather it can, but it requires really silly modifications. This architecture was unacceptable, so I eventually reworked it into what we have today, with the privileged and unprivileged parts of Linku being clearly distinguished. Another issue was not necessarily down to me, but more of an unfortunate reality. When making Linku, I naturally chose to write it in Python, as that is the language I have had most experience over the past several years, and adapting to anything different would just require even more effort. However, the Python Discord community has just experienced some, let's call it drama. Discord.py, the well-established Discord API wrapper for Python, had been maintained by a single volunteer, and they eventually got fed up with Discord's API updates and archived the project, expecting someone else to pick up the mantle. Except in the following half a year, despite multiple various forks, no single clear successor emerged, and the maintainer eventually ended up unarchiving Discord.py out of nowhere a few months ago. All of this is to say, someone making a Python Discord bot in 2022 has to put their trust in one of several API wrappers, with no guarantee that it will survive over the next year or two. My poor language choices did not stop there. Linku was written with vanilla.js. Naturally, the codebase would be so much cleaner and easier to expand if I had used literally any popular framework. But I just couldn't comprehend them and stuck to the tool I was somewhat used to. Google Sheets was also not without its problems. While I still think it was the right choice for an input system, being quite newcomer-friendly in its UI, I needed a form of moderation, and I chose Google's comment system for that. It proved to be a big mistake. Turns out comment count scales extremely poorly. Sheets with a lot of comments become unbearably laggy, even if the comment is archived. And I can't delete archived comments either, only the person who wrote the comment can. Not to mention, forcing people to use comments meant that I was encumbering people who would have otherwise just copy-pasted a column of translations in. In the end, I had to abandon the old sheet URL and migrate to a new moderation system where hopefully this will not be as much of a concern. And finally, the biggest hassle with Linku was licensing. You see, back when I had started making Linku in December 2021, I knew hardly anything about licensing. But in September 2022, I got into Linux stuff, reading up on everything and watching conferences, and this led me to realize that I really needed to give Linku projects a license. Which in turn meant that Nimiale Pona and Nimiale Epiku needed licenses as well, as at the time they were both unlicensed. In the end, I had to reach out to everyone who has ever contributed to any of the 3 dictionaries, asking them to agree to publish their content under the license we have chosen. As you can imagine, this was not fun, especially to me who really prefers to avoid bothering people whenever possible. I was clearly not the only one who found licensing frustrating. Kapisipake ended up shutting down Nimiale Epiku while I was bothering everyone, something I am sure wouldn't have happened otherwise. Nevertheless, in the end, all Linku things now have a license. Now we can use them and know exactly what you can expect and what we expect in return. I want to end this video by acknowledging that I'm really thankful to the community who saw the value in my project and actively promoted in learning spaces. When I had first made a pitch that explained what I wanted Linku to look like back in September 2021, it was almost completely ignored. I guess you can't just look at an ambitious, let's just do everything kind of project and become fully on board with it until you see it fully in action. And I'm also really thankful for the kind people who have contributed to my project in some major way, taking some responsibility off my shoulders. I hope that in the future I can step down from actively managing Linku, and it's these people who make such a future possible. Thank you for listening to me ranting about this, and if you have any more questions or interesting ideas, feel free to ask me on Discord or in the comment section. This has been Kalaasi, Mitawa.
And that marks the end of Suno Pitoki Pona 2022.
It was a fun one.
Wow. I want 2 hours of sleep.
Honestly, yeah, same. It's been a really long 24 hours, but I'm really glad that I was able to be here.
Let's just let's thank everyone who made this possible. There was a lot of work that went into this event, and I'm really glad that everything worked out.
Literally like months and months of work spanning yeah.
Huge thanks to Ilo Sassi or LCP for. Wait, did you already play the audio file?
I don't even remember. I think I did earlier.
Oh.
Well, either way, still
Sure.
huge
Again,
thing.
thanks to huge thanks to Ilo Sassi or LCP for being the main person in charge, and huge thanks to you, Fox, for giving us a server to host this on.
Yeah, well, multiple, but yeah.
And thanks to me for spending 2 weeks on the audio program that ended up not working last minute, and then I fixed it last minute, and then I went to sleep because, oh god.
But most importantly, oh my gosh, that was a peak. I'm sorry about that. But most importantly, thank you to all the presenters that came today, because this would have been nothing without you guys. And yeah, it was a ton of fun.
I only got involved in the last few hours, but the amount of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that y'all don't see, it's kind of incredible how these people are able to put so much together. Even given the large amount of time that they had to put everything together, it's still so much to set up, and so there's so many moving parts and gears that fit into each other, and everyone did a really good job. Really happy with what happened.
I'm honestly surprised we managed to do it in time, because
Yeah,
everything grew
was
closer and closer.
really yeah. It's okay, we have 15 minutes to do this. We're not gonna be able to do it. Cancel everything. And then
Yeah, exactly. Well, even yesterday, when everyone was doing last minute preparations, it was terrifying, because I didn't think we are gonna be able to manage to do everything in time.
also, many people have been asking about the music playlist that is being used. So we can work on publishing that. We can work on publishing that after.
So yeah, thank you all for coming.
Should we end it off with a song?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, what song?
That's a good question.
think the bridge is not working.
Yeah, I'll just do Ape
The
Alimi.
Discord bridge is stuck. Yeah, do Ape Alimi, sure.
Ape Alimi. Just do it.
Okay. Kulupuyan Tempo. That's probably like, I don't know, what's like iconic songs? Play the short film again. Okay, I'm playing Ape Alimi.
Play the
Oh, I've been
I'm down.
invited to speak.
I'm playing.
I'm down. That was a pretty good film, and it was fun to see behind the scenes.
It seems like the people really want Ape Alimi, so
I'm playing Ape Alimi.
great.
Oh, is it? Hey.
Mi sona ioli, mi sona likuta, e toki pona, e toki ike. Mi pali e toki, mi pali e musi, yanala kuta, e musi mumi. Mi pali e sita, lanli alla sui, yanala wila, e kalamami. Mi oli ne meli, tamasa vipona, ona li veka, ona li seri. Mi oli ne meli, la luki ne ona, mi pove ale, pli pasitami. Li ala, li toki nasa. Sittelenli konli lonto kapona. Pona li aike, pona li pasila. Mi anpai wile, mi anpai sona. Makula li pona, lukina li suli. Yanpin pona, yanpin sui. Makula li yoi, kasi muta sui.
Someone asked in the chat, will this be cut into segments and uploaded like the last one? Probably.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'm probably gonna have to do them edits most of it too, so there goes hours and hours.
Ale li pili lon, tempo li kama. Tempo li moli le tempo. Ale li umpai, io limpiona. Oli nola, limo li picama. Rila mi ante, mio li neona. Ona li sevi, ona li pona. Rila mi ante, tan la mia sona. Ona li veka, ona la
In fact, I actually just discovered Ape Alimi today, and it's now automatically my favorite song.
Sittelenli konli lonto kapona. Mi pale ike, mi pale ona. Pona li aike, pona li pasila. Pove li pona, pake li ike. Mi ampai vile, mi ampai sona. Ma se li laven, dammi mutea.
Gaming. Ape Alimi, Yanli Olin Pakala Emi, Akasi, Pakala Limi, Onali Wile Ala Eni, Taso Onali, Ikemi.
Sina ale, mi ala, sina wile luka e pilin milina, sine toki insami. Mi wile ala e sina, taso mi wile ala e olinala. Toki insamili unpa sina sama con wawa kasina. Toki sina litawa sina e mi, sina wile e mila, sina pali e iyo nasa. Mi wile e sina lami, moku e telo nasa. Nasa.
Mi sona eni, sina pili, taso sina wile, e alemi. Mi sona eni,
sina oli,
sina pili,
sina pona.
taso sina wile,
sina oli,
e alemi.
sina pona.
Gaming. Ape Alimi, Yanli Olin Pakala Emi, Akasi, Pakala Limi, Onali Wile Ala Eni, Taso Onali, Ikemi.
taso awen la mi olin sina. Yo, don't take the lyrics too seriously. I ain't really been through shit.
I would stop the stream right now, but we need to get to 24 hours.
Yeah, we have to get to 24 hours so we
Um,
can take an amazing
yeah.
screenshot of the server on OBS.
We have to end this with Apieli Me. We'll do that again, but we
In
have
the
to
meantime,
fill in here.
Yeah,
we
let's
got
How long is
five
Apieli Me?
minutes. Do we have 5 minutes or?
Yeah, just
How long is
about.
Apieli Me?
Or is it like a more specific unit of time until?
We have 5 minutes exactly right now.
Yeah. And don't worry, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. And upload it somewhere.
What to talk about?
Anyone have any good jokes?
Why have I not remembered any of my good Toki Pona jokes?
Let's play an Usui song.
Yeah, of course.
Play it.
Y'all, do you know what a parked car is?
Tell me, what is a parked car?
A parked car is a citalen.
That's not funny. That's just sad.
What?
No, it's true.
I don't.
That's how you say citalen in Toki Pona.
Huh?
A parked car is a citalen.
What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
What's?
Only OG Toki Poners get this one.
I have a really bad dad joke.
Oh no.
This one was told to me by my grandfather.
Is it a Toki Pona dad joke?
It's not.
Is it a mama joke?
It's not. It just comes to my mind whenever I think of bad jokes.
I have a Toki Pona dad joke.
Okay,
Papa.
let's hear yours.
Papa.
Hmm.
That was the whole thing.
Oh. Ha ha ha! That's. Now, what do you call a sleeping bull? A bulldozer. That's so bad.
Stop.
It's so bad. Oh. All right, here we go. Oh, or not.
We'll do that after.
This is my song.
Wait, what is this?
Yan mayuna limolia sinalukinala Nenona lilen sulilita walon manpa Yan mayuna limolia sinalukinala Nenona lilen sulilita walon manpa Ayuna limulia sinalukinala Nenona lilen sulilita Yan maya lilen sulilita walon manala Yan maya lilen sulilita walon manala Lenona lilen sulilita walon manpa Yan mayuna limolias Yan mayuna limolias Yanana lilen sullias 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 Yanana lilen sullias
Woo! 1 minute left.
Yan mayuna sinalulina Sinona lilen suli
minute, 20 seconds. We're gonna finish this off with Ave Alimi. And we've hit the 24-hour. Forgot. 24-hour checkpoint. Yeah, there. Happy Suno Pitoki Ponas, everyone.
I was gonna say another huge thank you to everyone that came, everyone that presented, everyone else behind the scenes, and just everyone in general. Like this guy, or none of this would be the same without all of you guys and
Hey,
without.
he muted Likuyo.
Hmm?
Muted Likuyo.
I certainly didn't.
I wonder who did. Wow, that's quite a bit of spam. But nothing more mapona than spamming Mu.
All right, well,
Bye.
I guess I'm about to hit end stream, so thank you all.
Hold on. We have to end with Ave Alimi.
Or not. Oh, here we go.
This is totally up in. Oh my god, there's a lot of them.
You already did that for me. Let's do the
Kalama mila sinabi sama mi pilon yasima liluki na militoki eni onaliu sawi mute emi wanda sampa lukasa talikuya kalama suli eni la aleli kuliya wanda sampa lukasa talikuya kalama suli eni la aleli kuliya se me da mi camada poquita ni on the wire.
All right.
Opetoala, opilin pona, sinaken wawa, misona sona. Opetoala,
don't stop the stream, hold on.
opilin pona, sinaken wawa, misona sona. Sona sona. Insa ekon, opiline ponani, ikelitawa. Antakasila, sinaken lape pona, opiline kon. Jan ala lilon, sinaken lukinema, suno liwawa. Nililon pona, kulukuli poea. Hasolipona.
pona o kon. Mi sona eni sina ikelon. Mi wile ala e pakala. Otawa ala. Tenpo kamala aleli pona. O ike ala e iyo lilin.
Wait, this is in 5/4. Wait, who is this person? I'm collabing with them.
Kenyan wawa.
I just realized.
Otawa ala.
I am DMing me right now.
Insa ekon, opilina ponani, ikelitawa. Anpakasila, sinaken lape pona, opilina kon, yana ala lilon, sinaken lukinema, suno liwawa, nirilon pona, kulupuli poea, haso lipona, lipona.
Alright, up the enemy, and then we're gonna end the stream.
Gaming. Ape yalimi, yanli olin pakala emi, akasi, pakala limi, onali wile ala eni, taso onali ikemi.
Sina ale, mi ala, sina wile luka e pilin mi nina sine toki insami. Mi wile ala e sina, taso mi wile ala e olinala. Toki insami li unpa sina sama kon wawa kasina. Toki sina litawa sina e mi, sina wile e mila, sina pali e iyo nasa. Mi wile e sina lami, moku etelo nasa. Nasa. Mi sona eni, sina pili, taso sina wile, e aleni. Mi sona eni, sina oli, sina pili, sina pona, taso sina wile, sina oli, e aleni, sina pona.
Gaming. Ape yalimi, yanli olin pakala emi, akasi, pakala limi, onali wile ala eni, taso onali ikemi. Gaming. Ape yalimi, yanli olin pakala emi, akasi, pakala limi, onali wile ala eni, taso onali ikemi. Sina olin eyan mani, sina olin eyan ante, sina olin eyan pona mili toki ala emi. Mi unpa ala esina, mi unpa ala esina, mi unpa ala esina, mi unpa ala esina.
Taso awen la mi olin esina. Yo, don't take the lyrics too seriously. I ain't really been through shit.
Nampo ala kaliken musta.